Maybe I shouldn't fight
All
for
right,
them.
we're going audio live. We are audio live. I am going to be right back. We are audio only right now. I am going to push the button on the post. I believe I've tagged you all in the Facebook post, and I'm hitting tweet all on that post. And yeah, I will be right back, and we will be getting started in the next like 2-ish minutes, where we will return to the conversation with Saishi Heilig, which for reference, Saishi is a title and his name is Heilig.
Well, you might hear more about it in the recap, but we also like straight up got a wagon stolen, and one of the wagons is now damaged, but the supplies are generally okay. But
one is destroyed, one is damaged, one is stolen.
The important one is fine though. Don't worry about it.
So, how about the mudkips?
They're dead. They're all dead.
Oh.
Wait, what? What are the? I feel like the mudkips should be happy in this weather and environment. Yeah. Like it's a muddy plane.
Can someone translate Darren for me?
Any part of games?
Oh, with all them fireballs, I'm pretty sure they're all
about the mudkips.
Yeah, see, Kai gets it.
About the mudkips.
He's asking about mudkips.
Yeah. There's no translation. I'm asking about them mudkips.
No. That is the translation.
Yeah. Yeah, just a general question. What? You don't talk about mudkips on a daily?
Wait, how did Pat get someone sick? What?
What?
I'm just looking at the chat.
I'm pretty sure you're probably joking.
Just literally jumped down like, wait, what? I'm so confused.
Shut up, family. Jesus. Dang, green bubbles, yeah.
Did you mark down any potions that you guys took, like out of your inventory?
I have, and I'm pretty sure I marked. Oh, David Morales did use one potion.
Which I think was his only potion?
That is correct.
I had two, I think.
Oh.
I assume you took it off.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, just so you're mentally aware and not counting on like one more potion that you have.
Yeah. I actually don't see them on my sheet.
Don't worry. Shin didn't remember them either.
Yeah.
I used it for both ones.
After we reminded you. Well, mostly Darren. Mostly Darren.
What is this we speak of?
Yeah, I don't see it on my sheet at all, actually.
I already took it off.
Oh, did I only have one? I thought I had two.
You've gotten two throughout the campaign, but you've used both of them. Unless I'm forgetting something, potentially.
No, I don't. I think I just bought it, or...
I know you only just bought one recently.
Oh, did I just buy one recently? Okay, then yeah.
Yeah, because I think Zion bought the rest.
Yeah. Finding 200 gold.
Oh no, party wipe. Are you sick too? Yeah, no, Pat hella sick. She had 102 fever. Yeah, no, like
that bad.
Keep her in your thoughts. Yeah, she's got a test. We're gonna know if it's the vid in the next 3 to 6 days. Hopefully not. But I digress.
Yeah.
Welcome, friends, as we transition to High to Road True Spirit, and bam! Alright, I hope everybody really enjoys the camera setup tonight.
What I would really enjoy is a recap for everyone, especially for our barbarian
who... We're going to talk about... So, first of all, hi. Welcome to Diesel Shot. If you'd like to influence the wonderful story we're about to tell, you can scroll down to the Money Honey button, give us that cash, and it'll make this thing below my face and the words High Road. By the way, lovely background by Casey.
No.
You will be able to give us money directly. Additionally, if you want to spend it, no money down and no money in the future either, you can just give us your channel points that you are accruing by watching and actively clicking the green chest and all that. When you redeem something, such as a Dangerous to Go Alone, it will have an impact on the game. Dangerous to Go in particular, you name a character in the game, and then they get some insider item that they wouldn't have otherwise. Yes, Darren?
No, I'm pointing at the.
Oh, you're just pointing. Cool.
I'm
Okay,
trying to, man. It's hard to point at something when there's the
last time on High Road, there was a very big battle. Caught out on a plains that rapidly turned muddy in the midst of a whole fucking, battle and storm. Rain and mud impacted the battle as the party circled up the wagons. There was a lot of bleeding on all sides, except for the Silver Company. Some mercenary types who got away from this more or less unscathed, and also stole one of the wagons while the party was out after getting fireballed. They are now awakening in the singed remains of this barn, where Bardaga has ordered the supplies from the destroyed wagon moved temporarily. And they have been saved by one of their enemies, the Saishi Heilig. Now, at the very least, Lonnie would know that a Saishi is somebody who has come upon what would be considered cleric casting through the natural way that it occurs in the world of Rosencreek, which is to say, he had some powerful event, possibly a near-death event, which unlocked a capacity in him to recite the Logos, the word that created the world. And that sort of makes him a cleric with no particular allegiance to the temple, which makes him, shall we say, not the temple's favorite person, but it also makes him a free actor. So, you saw him in the company of Herr Finsuke Fuchs. Normally, the temple are expected to stay neutral in secular affairs, but a Saishi is free to shack up and join a Fuk gang or network or advocate for an individual like any other freewheeling person who is out and about. During the battle, you faced off against many foes, including Sword Dancer Takutoa, who was working for the enemy as a mercenary. After getting fireballed by his own team, he was convinced by some aggressive mid-battle negotiations to join your side. Things went pretty bloody, but all things told, your side held the field. Not without taking a serious toll, however. Bardaga's bastards are totally out of commission, licking their wounds and trying to get their shit back together. And the Willing are on their real last legs. With all that being said, I believe we've caught back up to where we were as the party was questioning Saishi Heilig on what it was that he felt was strange about Eltima and why he never trusted him. We zoom back in onto the scorched barn as Takutoa surrenders his blade to Shirk at Kabancho's insistence that Tok be disarmed. And we all sort of come to, and Lonnie, licks Morelos.
You mean Lumi, right?
Oh my god!
This is getting a little weird.
Lonnie is over there. Lonnie is over there.
Starting tonight, we can keep going.
Okay.
This is awkward.
Yes, Flesh Party, quite crispy after a fireball. Greg, of course, famous for fireballing the shit out of people in this very universe as Kathos. There is somewhere else a very different high elf throwing fireballs at people. But yeah, so I think that's the full recap. That's how you can impact play through Dangerous to Go Alones and Wild Magic Search Bar. And if nobody's got any interjections, I'll cut right to the chase with what Heilig has to say.
I guess that's no objections.
Sounds like near-death experience give you powers. How does it apply to you? Well, I mean, not all of them, and certain... Yeah, so Heilig sort of straightens his mail shirt below his vestments and says, "So, Altima, it was strange. A reclusive elf wizard came and offered his services to Herr Finsuke. We were in need of all the help we could get, but not everybody was open to his assistance. He won over my liege with his expertise, and The services he could offer simply outweighed the risks of taking him aboard, or so we thought. I never trusted him, though. It always seemed like he had to have some sort of ulterior motive. He's lived here for over 100 years and never taken an interest in Avon politics. Why that should change now, well, he didn't give a persuasive reasoning, but he did appeal to Herr Fox's sense of urgency in his mission to bring the burden of rulership into more capable and local hands.
Well, there has been a lot of chaos in the Elven community as of late.
Indeed. I must say there is one other factor which disturbs me about all of these events and which I cannot quite place.
The lack of honor from that man.
Oh, well, I am not surprised that that man has conducted himself dishonorably. In fact, privately, I had counseled my liege to reconsider bringing him into the Fook gang. Clearly, my concerns were well-founded. But
Out of curiosity, if we were to confront this man directly, would you or your liege have obligations?
I do not consider myself obliged to dishonorable men who would engage themselves in such activities as they have. Furthermore, I do not believe that my liege, if fully aware of what has transpired, would continue to hold him in such high regard. However, without me to grant testimony, it would be your word against his as to what occurred. He could just as easily lie and say that you broke the truce first and were not honoring the withdrawal, attempting to remove a potent caster from our side after our liege had withdrawn, with intent to follow behind. He'll probably paint his action as both necessary and heroic. He has a bit of a silver tongue.
Well, I thank you for your honesty.
Indeed.
Is there anything we can do in return for your service?
I would only ask that I be allowed to, allowed safe travel from this place. If there is any words that you would have me bring to Herr Finsuke Fox, it would be my pleasure to be the trusted messenger of them. I will certainly bring my eyewitness testimony of what transpired here when my liege quit the field.
Our next confrontation, I think I speak for all of us that I hope we could be more civil. We're not here to fight. We're here to protect our cargo.
Zion looks at Kabancho. I was trying to talk right from the beginning.
He's got a point.
I also was trying to talk, but they refused.
Indeed.
And I stare at Torkto.
Tokto says, "Hey, look. I was doing a job. You were the other side. And, from what I was given to understand, you guys are mercenaries too, right?"
Why are we the other side? Why exactly were we ambushed?
It is a complicated affair. It is a wisdom commonly held that a boy ruler is ruinous to a province. And after so many valiant warriors were stolen from us that day 10 years ago, there has been long brewing resentment and a referendum on the rulership of the currently in charge and enkindled branch of the family. The Itoya clan has long honorably ruled this realm, but the current branch has lost its virility. Furthermore, there is the matter of Parthki Vadya, that Vetral Far who mysteriously survived the battle unscathed when his liege died terribly. There are many unanswered questions, and now that Parthki effectively rules the realm on his own, and ignores petitions that Herr Finsuke Fox be enkindled to co-rule with his distant nephew, Issues have risen to a head. It is no secret that you are acting on behalf of Tessen clan, who Herr Finsuke Fuchs believes is acting as an outside influence to manipulate and degrade traditions. He takes as his example the Tessen's attack upon the Safu clan, perhaps the most grounded in tradition of all clans within the inner circle, within the Slim Circle. He feared that we would be next, and that Tessen would strike west. That we needed a strong hand, or else we would be subverted. However, I admit, Herr Finsuke Fuchs was willing to go to extreme lengths to ensure that the Tessens were not able to buy the loyalty of the people. We thought of ourselves as stealing from the corrupt to give to those in need, but in the end, I feared that we became common brigands.
Yep.
I don't exactly see the needy getting what they need either, though.
When we take the goods, we distribute them across the province. If they manage to arrive in the capital, Parthki parcels out the medicine and food according to his priorities. It is no secret that those who pay more taxes get more relief.
Lee, DM question. What was the name of the person that we were supposed to be sending all this stuff to again?
So the name of okay, so you're supposed to go to Tausberg, the capital. And in charge there is, in theory, Galeon Itoyer, but he's like 14 or 15. So the dude who's in charge as his regent is Parthki Vajja, the Vetralfar who people are distrustful of. Thus far, the only reason people have given you that they are distrustful of Parthki is that he is a winter elf. That's it. Nobody else has cited an explanation for why this man is disloyal, except Heilig has cast the aspersion of he was one of the only people who came back from that battle both alive and totally unscathed. And that seems to be a point of suspicion. But yeah, so you're supposed to hand off the medicine and food to Parthki. In theory, Galeon, but Galeon is being a teenager right now. Parthki is running the day-to-day. So you were expecting to roll into Tausberg and hand the goods over.
And now, because you decide to attack first and ask questions later, no one's getting the goods. Or at least not all of it.
It is unfortunate, but such is the nature of these alliances that Finsuke has begun to make. I believe those mercenaries made off with one of your carts. I suspect they have less than noble intentions and will attempt to ransom it off for a profit. And as for the Dworkin, well, I never considered them the most trustworthy allies, even 10 years ago. They mostly fought with the dwarves, you know.
I don't recall the Dworkins being unsavory bunches. I remember them being more honorable than the most, actually.
Yes. They, however, have a cruel warrior's honor. They did not hesitate to attack you alongside us. They do not share our convictions, but when promised unlimited grazing access to our plains, they were happy to accept an alliance of convenience. I didn't get the feeling that they would have cared much one way or the other whether we were in the right, but each tribe of Dworkin is their own, and their traditions are such that they will not go get to any task without a communal agreement of sorts. So it has to appeal to the common good, or the tribe won't come. You know that he alludes to the fact that the Dworkin tribes practice a sort of democracy and lack a noble class.
Anything else?
I mean, like, if this is it, he will end with saying, "I did feel a certain suspicion. There's an event which has not left my mind since it occurred some days ago. Ultima was bedeviled by something in the night. I never caught a glimpse of it, but I could have sworn 3 nights ago the hulking form of a giant bird came screeching down at him, and he flattened himself to the dirt in the camp to evade it.
And a bird.
Well, if I were to judge it by raw proportions, and the fact that its head twisted round to mockingly caw at it, I would say some sort of huge owl. It was dark as the night, but its eyes gleamed with a telling gold.
Lonnie's
the
gonna
greed in
kick at
men's
the
hearts.
building wall.
Good thought.
Tinda's gonna look over. It's like, what are you doing?
What's wrong, Lonnie?
Why are you kicking walls?
Lonnie's
Oh.
like grumbling stuff in Kehoe about like stupid owl, of course, can't be trusted.
It's because he mentioned the owl.
We've had previous dealings with the creature you speak of. I can't guarantee it's the same, the one and the same, but
No.
I would be aware of that creature.
Well, whatever it was, it seemed to be hunting Ultima. Had him checking over his shoulder. I don't think they're friends, but of course, two villains can often find themselves at crossroads.
I appreciate the information you've given us. My only advice with that creature is don't make any deals. He is very powerful and very tempting.
Ooh.
And I glance at Lonnie for a second.
I shall not make any arrangements with this creature. I thank you for your warning. And yes, I will go to Herr Finsuke Fuchs, and if I cannot make him see reason, I will go to Tausberg and surrender myself, and make clear my reasons, and submit myself to whatever punishments are seen fit. If Finsuke cannot see reason and conduct himself honorably, then our cause is as good as defeated, even if he were to win.
Should also tell that gracious lord of yours that there's a village we passed along the way that's on the brink of starvation, and they're not going to be there if you don't help them.
Well, if my liege has come into possession of some of the grain that was here, then it is possible he will share it with them.
That you are passing to the higher taxpayers?
No, that was Parthki. We go to the most needy to deliver the medicine and food.
Insight check.
Yep.
Actually, I guess it wouldn't matter to insight him. He's not the one who directly controls who gets it, but...
Yeah.
You feel, I mean, you get the feeling that Heilig is often at Finsuke's, like, right hand. It's possible he doesn't know everything Finsuke is up to, but he's probably pretty well informed. But yeah, no, hit him with that insight.
All Lonnie knows is that supplies were not getting distributed, and apparently they won't get distributed now.
I mean, it's still my...
A whole freaking wagon just disappeared.
Oh yeah, but like, that was kinda on us.
We weren't the ones who ambushed the people coming with supplies.
And we also
Alright.
knew there was going to be
Yeah,
an ambush.
Kabancho, I will say that Heilig seems like a man with his own code who's trying to do right by it, who felt the need to stay behind and save his enemies' lives because of it. So you're inclined to believe him, but the story just seems a little too good to be true.
I think Lonnie also wants to.
But it's possible he believes it. You're just not
Can
sure.
Lonnie,
Yeah.
can Lonnie insight this?
Anybody who wants to can insight what Heilig is telling you. Lonnie, You think it's possible, based on how Saishi kind of like looks at you when you mention a village near here that's in need, that he and Finsuke have their own definition of village and in need, and they certainly believe that what they're doing is right. But you suspect that there would be some discrepancies between how you would hand out food and medicine and how they would hand out food and medicine. That's not to say that he's not helping the people who are in need. He has no financial interest in this, and you don't think that they're giving it to people who are, like, paying them. Like, you really think that they're handing it out for free. But they're still taking it by force to do so.
Mm-hmm. So wait, they were saying that the person that we're about to give it to was gonna hand it to higher taxpayers, or?
That's his accusation. Based on this insight, you think Saishi is telling you the truth as he sees it. He really believes that Parthki, when he gets the goods, only hands them out to higher taxpayers.
But we've also been told different.
They never got the goods.
Yeah. You've been told... Sorry, Chin?
We've been told that differently from oh my god, I can't remember his name. Lord Tessin?
Real.
Tessin.
Yeah.
That that's the person we give it to. That's the person that's trustworthy to give it to.
Mm-hmm. And he suspected Finsuke of being behind the hits on the caravans. Which you've basically confirmed.
Wait, how do you know who Parthki is giving out the supplies to if it never makes it to them in the first place? Thanks to, and Long just gestures at.
Heilig is like, you must understand that we did not come to this decision overnight. There were several shipments which did arrive from the east. There were evasions around questions of its source. They were always distributed with the Etoyer banner on them, so as to be associated with the Landgraf. And when they were distributed, we saw them go largely to the Northern Valley, and sometimes the Central Valley, but never the Southern Valley. You would know, by the way, that the Southern Valley is where Finsuke is headquartered, and the Northern Valley is where the capital is. And this is to say nothing of the people of the plains. You spoke earlier, he gesticulates to Lonnie, of those who are in most need, who are starving, or in hard times. Look upon this village of the plains. Most of them have been destroyed and torn away. Few people still live up here, with the herds destroyed. Many have had to turn to farming, and it overburdens the rivers. And so they turn to scavenging as well, and hunting what game there is. We are all in a state of uproar.
I'm
Nothing
trying
is
to remember
settled well.
all the details that we've heard before. Like, did the last village say anything about Finisuke? Because we definitely heard the name before we came.
That it was his guards who were posted up on the bridge waiting, who sent the smoke signal.
Yeah, well, we know why that's happening now.
Yeah.
So many things were
Alani, would
said.
you like to discuss something with just our members?
Do you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Yeah, Heilig will say, if I may take my leave of you under a banner of truce, without my steed I will need to walk many leagues before I may be relieved.
Hold
If
on.
you don't mind,
Hold on.
second.
He nods his head and says, I can delay my departure. I put myself at the mercy of your honor.
I just make sure that tell Bartiga and Sturk, like all the commanding people, like, you know, this man is not to be harmed.
Bardic is like, don't worry, won't touch a hair on his head. And Small Bear says, I won't let him leave either. And Bardic is like, yeah, well, I mean, that was kind of obvious. Anyway, yeah,
Oh
no,
my gosh, it's like the good cop, bad cop.
we're not gonna hit the guy who saved your fucking life, Kabancha. Don't worry
Why
about
are
it.
they working Like that pair works. Why does it work? Oh my god. Sorry.
God, I thought I'm like the more and more we spend time with Small Brother, I'm like kind of glad we didn't get off him, and I feel like I'm gonna eat those words soon.
So, Kamal just takes the 5-step of isolation.
Yeah.
Then I asked Lonnie. In hushed tones. So, we're in a position that we can't really trust anyone. Would you want to take it upon us to decide how this goes?
So now you want to just pass out the medicine?
No, I still rather not. But at a point where we can't really trust anyone, you know, we're no longer in contact with our original employers. We're in a position where we're gonna have to make a decision. If we do take it upon ourselves to distribute these supplies, that also means we take responsibility for how it got distributed and how it gets distributed. This is only one shipment. This isn't a one-time thing. They need a more concrete route so that more shipments can come in. Just remember that.
If I may, sir,
Yes, go ahead.
I think we should finish our mission.
I agree. But the situation has changed, and I thought I'd get everyone's input. And I kind of motioned Tento to come.
Yeah, I was like, Tento's
Yeah, yeah. Tento and Runlos.
Eddie Rogue.
We assume they have like Saishi like stand just outside for this or something.
I'm sulking.
Because you roll multiple nat ones.
Yeah, whatever, I'll come in. I do agree with Zion that we should probably complete this first. If anything, we'll be at the spot where we can gather a lot more information rather than try to distribute everything ourselves.
Merlis, what say you?
David?
So wise. I think David died. Are you muted? No, he's not muted.
Yep. No, I'm muted. I'm sorry. My mic was muted.
Oh, good.
Okay. So, what's your take on this?
Oh, I didn't see this in chat. Sorry. What is going on? I'm confused.
All right, so they're basically saying, are we gonna hand the supplies out ourselves, or are we gonna finish taking them to the guy in charge to let him hand them out? The original mission was the latter, so you'd be deviating from the plan you set up with Tessin if you were to just start handing this stuff out on your own.
And
The reason why we're bringing this up is because the situation has changed. We've lost almost half the cargo, and we are getting reliable information from multiple sources that no one can be trusted, basically.
yeah, I'm pretty certain we're all most likely on page with handing it out ourselves. Right? Like, I know Lonnie wants to hand it out. And it seems like if we can't trust people, that's the thing to do.
Zion wants to complete the mission.
Tento? You muted, Darren.
Tento also wants to complete the mission.
All right, so that's a 3-2 vote.
Or can we at least, if we don't have the means to carry all the supplies now anyways, can we at least take what we can't carry back to that village?
Yeah, you could offload the difference on that village, and then still deliver the 2 remaining carts that are fully intact. Because there's some shit that like just is like on the ground now, basically. Or like some of the stuff got spoiled, but there is like a bit less than a cartloads of food that's still good.
One thing I would warn is that if we give too much to one area, that would lead to a lot of suspicion and jealousy from neighboring villages.
Can I just say that we should probably complete the mission anyways, just because we don't know what's going on, and just doing stuff willy-nilly doesn't sound like a good idea?
Well, how are we supposed to carry everything anyways?
Yeah, we can't.
That's
we currently
true.
don't have a way to carry everything. Even
We
if
can-
we fix the third wagon.
Can
Actually, wait.
We don't have third wagon. We lost third.
So you can fix the destroyed wagon. That won't fix the fact that lots of the food and medicine in it got spoiled when it was destroyed.
Yeah, but that means that we are no longer under capacity.
It would mean that you're able to bring this back. Yeah, I mean, some goblins managed to run down the Tragushi that were pulling the destroyed cart, so they can get them back under control. You'll need some, like, casting of mend and some, like, time hammering it out. At least a short rest, probably a long one. And the cart will be, like, very low HP, but you could do it.
Would that be like a smith tools?
Sure, I would. Yeah. I would let you use. I think Tinkerers might be more appropriate, but yeah.
I mean, we got two people that are handy with their magic.
I am very handy with my tools.
Oh, right, Tendo, you too.
It certainly isn't you.
I was talking about Zion and Lonnie with their mending magic.
Yeah, I'll do tinker with mending.
So wait, if we can fix the third cart, we won't be overloaded anymore.
Yeah, although going at his current rate, Zion will take a long rest to complete repairs on the cart. Casting mend will help, but ultimately some certain things just need to be recut or like use
Should I
salvage
use my
parts.
last twist of fate to affect this, or because it's like a long action?
I'm gonna say yes. So Zion goes over and gets to work on the cart.
Alright.
And Kibancho
Wow.
peers out the window and makes that a 13.
Peers out the window. You got this, man.
I mean,
Okay, so rather than 8 hours, the ETA is 4 hours.
Damn.
Am I allowed to help out?
Yeah, you can help. That would give him advantage. That would give it advantage. So Zion, roll again. Okay, yeah, never mind. After Tento hops on it a bit to make the axe go woof, woof, and pop into place, you suspect it will only take a short rest's duration to get back in line. Bear in mind, your units will only heal on a long rest. And the way it'll work if you're in the field is they'll make a morale check, and if they don't pass the morale check, they won't heal. Various things you could do could improve their chances of succeeding, but ultimately there's still a chance of not healing. If they rest in a town or other safe location, they are guaranteed and will still get to make a morale check to go up again. They will both cap out now at a D4 size until you have an opportunity to bring in new recruits. However, I believe both of them are technically seasoned now. Oh no, I think the willing became seasoned rather than regular. I can update their stats if that winds up mattering this session.
That's one hell of a roll. Jesus.
Okay, so basically, I mean, Zion and Tento with little unseen help from Kibancho fix the wagon, the cart, over the course of a short rest. If you guys want to roll hit die during that time, you're free to do so.
Yes.
Ooh.
Please.
Heals.
Nah. I think I have enough health, right?
Alright,
Yeah.
sure.
I will say that
Aren't you at 1?
I don't know.
Do you even know what's okay?
I guess you can technically fix stuff and rest.
Can you?
I think you're allowed to
I
do
think
very
take 2
minor
hours
stuff.
to short rest and fix it. I'm okay with that personally.
Yeah.
Okay.
And remember, you're handling your own HPs, so just sort of pop yourselves up.
Still
And
rolling minimum dice
Yeah.
on hit points.
I'm assuming before then, do you come back to Saishi and like tell him something? I mean the Heilig, one way or the other. Tell him something.
Yeah. No, before we short rest, yeah, I would go back and say, again, I really appreciate
Damn, David. Damn, David.
you helping us out the way you did.
It was the only honorable course of action.
Do we have a horse to spare? Considering that we don't have a cart anymore.
Good God.
We have our
Okay.
only spare horse.
Unless you consider a Huffington a horse to spare.
You
Um,
don't, but
I mean, like, you know that, like, there are some riderless horses out on the plains now. They've probably run pretty far by now, but, like, you could have someone go chase one down, maybe? Not guaranteed to succeed.
If you like, we could try to wrangle a horse for you before you leave.
He says, I would appreciate that. I have many miles to tread before I'm to rest again.
what
One
happened to the
question.
horse?
I asked Shirk and Bardiga, can you spare 4 men to wrangle a horse for this
Yeah.
gentleman? And any of the horses for that?
Don't worry.
horses?
Don't worry. I have some guys who were horse rustlers back in Cathadak before they got drafted. They're great at this.
You said horse hustlers?
Rustlers.
Did I just hear that correct?
Rustlers.
Wranglers, rustlers,
They were rustlers.
Okay.
They
rustle them.
they stole livestock before they were drafted.
They suplexed them, you know? They wrestle against horses.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Bardiga sends out your professional horse rustlers. And like an hour later, they come back with one horse, which they sadly hand over to Heilig. He gives you his thanks. And,
Wait, I have a question for you.
yeah.
Why did you insult me when you saw me?
He says, forgive me. I did not realize that you were, yourself. He gesticulates. I believed you to be one of the red iron menaces that lurks below in the ruins long buried. They are homicidal, and those that can coax them into working with them for long often lose control of them. It has been a source of some bloodshed over the years here. I see now, from the way that you conduct yourself, that you are no creature of red iron.
Indeed.
Anything else?
Nope.
He tips his cap and he's off.
So remind me why we can't just give some supplies to the village since we're already short some. What's a little bit more?
Well, we're not gonna be.
Lonnie!
Since we
Have
fixed
you ever been a clerk in a shop? Because you would be really good at graft. You know, just take a little off the top. Oops, something broke. You just pocket a few extra pickles, the boss won't know the difference. The problem with that is, one day you get caught. So, the answer is nothing. Until, they do find out. In which case, well, nobody wants to get caught, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's Bardiga's position, but I don't know how much you want to put stock in that. He's not making the decision.
Not wrong.
Yeah.
For reference, let me show you guys on the screen. Here's the caravan screen. Here is the current state of like the food and medicine that you guys are down to. And here's how much has been stolen from you. So as you can tell, a goodly portion is still out there, just, in the hands of the Silver Company.
Another point of interest is, do we hunt down the silver mercenaries to take back what's left of targets.
Oh, I'm totally down for that.
How long were we out?
You were out for about an hour. At the end of waiting for the cart to be repaired and the second short rest period, that'll mean 3 hours have passed since the end of the battle.
So not great odds, but not impossible since they can't rush a cart.
Yes, I say we go after them.
How well are our troops doing is the real question.
Thank you for the follow. How are your troops doing?
Yeah.
Well, oh shit, no, hold on, that's the wrong map. Pretend you don't see that. Okay.
Don't worry, I saw black only.
Yeah.
You didn't have any sight
I
on
don't
it.
have
Okay.
vision.
So, Bardiga's bastards are out of it for any fight today.
Mhm.
The Willing are at 1. The Silver Company got out of there with any hits at 4. So on a unit-to-unit fight, let's just say you're not the betting man's choice.
Mhm.
And the Willing are so fucked up, they only remain standing at a morale save of nat 20. The only reason that's so, like, if they were to get, like, dispersed down, they could be destroyed entirely. Like,
How big was the server company?
It's a D4, but it's at full size. So, 50 to 80 people.
So they were about the same size as Bargus Bastards, but they were
Yeah.
more well equipped.
Yeah. Technically speaking, you have twice as many people, but your people aren't ready to fight. Your people honestly need medical attention. It'll be hard to move your group right now.
Hmm. So we can't go after them.
In theory, you could, and I am pointing out that while you wouldn't win the unit-to-unit fight, as the Silver Company has displayed, you don't have to win the unit-to-unit fights to steal a wagon.
Or we
Plus,
could just kill their leader.
Yeah, there's that.
This is a tough one.
They're organized enough to be a company, to be a group, but they didn't seem like the Silver Company that I know of.
They also ran away pretty quickly, so we might be able to just scare them off away from one cart.
Haley, that ritual, I can target specific. It doesn't just have to be targeting places, right?
I don't know the project. I think in this instance the ritual would apply. Do you want to do that
Okay.
during the long rest? I mean, during the short rest?
If you'll let me do it during the short rest, if not, I will just sit in the wagon for an hour and let Tablancho drive me.
Well, I mean, there's also going to be the second short rest period for the people who work on the cart, so you have an hour to kill anyway. I would say, yeah.
I'm gonna still do this in the cart though.
Yes, you hop in the cart, and there are 2 things to roll.
I believe it's just a straight check. Yeah. Okay.
And to clarify, are you guys going to give the order to march?
Oh. Well. That's not great.
Nice. And what does the other roll have?
Oh, Pento, I would assume more Goblinoid army.
Oh yeah, no. So like,
Already made
yeah,
Okay,
oh yeah, like
just wanna
Small
make
Bear,
sure.
like you saw Small Bear has his gear upgraded like 100%. The Aurorii like have already geared up from this fight.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Like the deserter looter army that you have is 100% like you keep what you kill.
They're very good at this kind of stuff.
Yeah. The fucking halberdier outside has been picked clean, and you see more heavy armor bits on your unit. Keep this up, and you might gear up. But yeah, so Lonnie, you sit down in the cart, and your mind travels elsewhere. You are absorbed in another realm. A realm of thought and sight. Your mind's eye traces as you feel a pulse coming deep from the back of your skull, like you imagine water racing up through the roots of a tree. Your mind zooms out across the province. A murky eye, showing you things only in a strange series of hues. Grays, really. And
Where is the
and the eye, yeah, hold on. Have I moved you here? Yes, I have. Okay. The eye traces lazily along the road, and then veers. You cross many plains. You see...
Is this where we are right now?
Yeah, you're at the ruins.
Okay.
Yeah, you zoom across the plains. And, you see a giant lizard, far in the distance, basking on the sun of the walls of Tausberg. You see creatures stirring below the ground, little scampering prairie things. You see cold, dead, red iron brimming with something like life that twists your gut to even sense through the grasses. And finally you come upon the ruins of a village. And as your eye gets closer, you shudder and shake, and the vision is gone. And an hour has passed by that time.
Okay.
And yeah, so we're back at the Field of Glory. So here's a question.
And
So, like,
we are supposed to head due north, right?
yeah, that's the way to Tausberg, along the
Okay.
road. It would be hard to move the carts, especially damaged ones. Yeah, I mean, you can move a cart across a plain, but it is a little bit more involved than just going down a stone road.
Yeah.
I do have a question though. Do you guys give the order to march? Like, are you gonna tell people like, hey, like, throw the shit in the carts, we're gonna go?
I don't understand the significance of us just rolling out versus us marching out.
I mean, there's not a difference. It's just that, like, if you guys are like, hey, we're gonna go, Daktak will walk up and say, many wounded, hard to move, dangerous.
So,
And
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you do see a lot of people are
People
laid
are
up after
hurt.
that. A lot of people are hurt and laid up after that fight.
Yeah, he did say that they're gonna need a long rest to actually heal up.
Well,
Bear in mind, you don't have to stay with the army. If you want to go after something on your own, you're free to.
we could travel faster without an army.
Yeah, maybe we just take who can move.
I think we should just let the whole army rest
Yeah.
and leave the captains behind to make sure to manage them.
Yeah, like you don't want to leave people defenseless here.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to, you could take like 2 or 3 Aurorii, and it wouldn't really matter on the unit scale. If you want backup. But yeah, Bardiga and Daktak will handle things here. Bardiga, Daktak, and Shirk will handle things here. If you guys want to go after the cart, or scout ahead, or scout back, or take the cart of somewhat spoiled food back to the people at that town you came through. I mean, you got options. But I would say that the best way to resolve this is probably to have you guys like meet up in character and discuss it, because this is a lot of like, what do we do next?
Yeah.
But so we assume that the rests have happened. Lonnie's got her revelation, and Tento and Zion have finished fixing up the cart.
Also, Darren had a question about the ruins.
Huh?
Tento.
Oh yeah. Are there any ruins nearby?
Quantifying nearby, you'd think that you guys heard tell of ruins in this province, in some mountains to the south and west.
Do you know how long would it take for us to get there?
Over a day's travel.
Okay, well we're not going there.
Hey, George. Yeah, barring
So,
like some really lucky rolls and you moving really fast.
Nah. Don't want to leave the group. Don't want to leave the army alone for too long. We could go back to the town and drop off.
The proper statement. I don't think we should split up, especially in these lands.
We could go back and drop off whatever is about to spoil to the other town down there.
I think we can have some of the army do that for us.
They're having a hard time moving.
Well, it doesn't have to be all of them.
Yeah, I mean it only takes like one or two people to move a cart. If you want to do that.
Also a little concerned about them being the representatives dealing it out, but okay.
I don't think they'll. Yeah, people might swarm them.
Yeah, so like what are you guys gonna do? I mean, like what do you guys say in character with all this information gathered together?
I'll tell the group. I, for one, would like to get our cart back.
That's about
Get our cart
5 versus 50.
Well,
How many days travel would I estimate that be?
Or
Or like not how many days,
you
how many
mean
hexes or
you mean
how long?
the ruins you saw in your vision?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you would estimate a distance of 25 miles.
And each square is 5 miles.
Yeah, so it's 5 hexes, and you can get, if you're swift, you can get 2 hexes per quarter day.
Hmm.
So you could be, if you're moving swiftly, you could be in there and just out over the course of a day. That being said, you didn't actually. So, like, the vision was very murky.
Yeah.
And
like I didn't actually confirm that they were there.
You didn't get a confirm on the cart. But when you sought the cart, and those who had stolen it, the vision took you along a winding path, up the road, off into the plains, and towards the ruins. So interpret that as you will.
I still don't think it's a good idea to go after the cart when it just, for the most part, 5 of us going after a bigger army.
I also have not shared the information about the vision yet, by the way. Just saying. I just want to see how this conversation goes.
I think we can handle our own. They claim to be the Silver Company, but they do not act like the Silver Company that I know. And
Yeah. Well, to clarify, the
That
Silver
doesn't-
Company, like, used to be like one big outfit, and then it splintered. So there's dozens of them. But yeah, it's it's perfectly possible you met like more reputable Silver Company people.
I mean, it doesn't matter if they're the Silver Company that you did know. Still, the fact there's more of them, there is a lot more.
There were a lot
I mean,
more
we
of you
get,
at Horn
we get in a
HQ, but-
bad fight again. We're not. I don't think we can get out of it. I don't know how much of you knows, but we lost this fight here. And we only lived because their healer stood behind and healed us.
We did lose a fight, but it's not like we lost a fight to them.
Yeah, that's true, but we're hurt now. We're still hurt. Can't chase after an army of 50 with 5 of us.
Then what would you like to do? Because we
I'm
can't
first.
necessarily keep trucking on.
No, we're probably gonna have to set up camp here.
I mean, we can just long rest. I don't think it's that big of a deal, right?
Yeah, you can chill here for a day. You guys will be at full HP, get back half your hit dice, so most of you will probably be full hit dice. You'll get back all your abilities, and both of your units will make morale checks to see if they heal up one. If you do stuff to help raise their morale and tend to their wounds, you can give them advantage or a static bonus, or both.
Yeah, I think resting. Maybe
Sounds
do a
good to
quick
me.
drop. Sorry, go on, David.
I was just saying it sounds good to me.
Yeah. Maybe we can go drop off whatever's about to spoil or all the not so great medicine and food that we have to the other village down there.
Or we could give it to a very well trusted priestess that they happen to know.
What? I'm confused. Food? We have stuff that's spoiling?
Yeah, so the cart that got destroyed, like, some of the food, like, fell out of its containers and shit.
Oh, gotcha.
And, yeah, it's also not at full either way.
Although food's not going to do much for them without medicine.
That's true. And then
Yeah,
there's really
at
no
least
point of bringing
Priestess,
it.
it didn't seem like the priestess was there to help the people. At least not. That didn't seem like her first priority. I don't know if we could trust her to make that her first priority.
That's a fair assessment. Okay, how about we just eat all the food that's about to go bad as a feast?
You could feast. It would give both of your units advantage on their morale check.
Let's just quickly eat all the food that's about to go bad and we'll just long rest here. Then we'll go after the people that took our cart. Sound good?
Where? No?
No.
Those people obviously need it more than us.
Well, like you said earlier, food's not gonna do much for them if they don't have the medicine.
It's going to do a lot more for them than it's going to do for us.
So do you... I mean, I don't mind taking the food. I just assumed since you said the food's not gonna do much, we might as well just help our troops here.
That's not what I said at all.
Okay. I misunderstood
The
you.
other thing about following the Silver Company tomorrow is there was a good amount of supplies, but seeing the size of their company, they most likely have more people elsewhere. I don't think we're gonna find anything besides an empty cart by tomorrow. Because they're gonna consume it or auction or what was it called?
Sell
Not
it
auction.
off, barter.
Yeah,
Sell?
they're just gonna butter it off.
At least we'll get our wagon back, our cart back. I just don't think it's a good idea to fight when we're not in the best of shape.
Oh no, I'm not saying we should go tonight.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so basically, is everybody here in agreement that you're going to spend the night here?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. The rain dies down.
What are we doing with the supplies?
You can go drop it off. Just drop off whatever's about to go bad. Give it to the other village. It's just casually drop it off and quickly leave.
I'll go drop it off.
Not by yourself or not?
I'll go with her.
No, I think we should have more people go than just the two of you.
And come with us then.
And you guys are the ones concerned about people finding out if we used up the supplies that are apparently we're not allowed to distribute.
I mean, I don't agree with distributing it, but there's not much we can do about it. It's that or it goes bad.
Well, I
do you
can at
try and
least-
send stuff out before the night passes?
I can at least make sure it doesn't get associated with us, so
I'm pretty sure you're going to, because you're not exactly blending in as the gifted healer that brought the food with the wolf and a pack of people who've already seen all of us together.
Lonnie's just gonna start pulling out the vestige from her bag.
You know, it doesn't
Cloak?
change your height, right?
The priestess garment. I'm pretty sure is what she means. Yeah, the vestment. I mean, yeah. So like, you're gonna people are gonna start throwing down tents and like camping in the ruins here. Are you gonna send somebody to move? Like, are you guys trying to do this before the long rest? Are you trying to go do this instead of long resting?
Before the long rest.
Okie dokie. Then yeah, I suppose this is like, yeah. So like, if you want to go give some of the food to those people, you can. But at this point, I would recommend a simple majority vote because I don't think that this is the. I don't think this in-character conversation is going to evolve.
That's fair.
Like, or like one
I'm
of you
fine
can
with-
just like try to like
I'm
steal
fine
the
giving them
food.
the
So-
almost fully food.
I vote Lonnie goes and talks to the priestess, and then those two, under the hey, we are part of a church, delivers the food. That is my vote.
Sure.
Sure.
That's 3 against a potential 2.
Although I do want at
That's
least
fine
one
by me.
pack of, I do want at least some medicine to give to them. But
Mm,
that's up to you guys.
that is a no.
All right, so you guys limber up the food into the damaged cart that had some of it in it originally, I guess.
Yeah, that'll add on to the look of it coming from a church.
All right, and yeah, I mean, does anybody stay behind to like rest up instead of do this?
Although, quick question: does Shirk know proper like burial? Like
No, I mean like they buried their own people who died, but
they don't know how to send it off.
no, this is also the site of a battle now where people died. So yeah, like if nothing is done, it will not be a happy place in the immediate future, shall we say?
I'm gonna go prioritize the medicine.
Food. Just food.
Food. Sorry, I'm the medicine.
Yeah. All right. So you're gonna roll off and feed them. Okay. Bloop, there's the cart. Yeah. Yeah. Boop. I'll get Lumi. Boop. Anybody else going to make the delivery?
I'll come with, and I'll put on my mask. And maybe take off my winter cloak and put it in my bag.
All right.
How long is this travel going to take? Like, because I doubt we're gonna be able to meet up and like set off at dawn or something, right?
It's gonna be 3 hexes. You can't go 1, 2, 3. That would be an all day. If you go swift, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You will not make it back in 1 day if you go do this, even if you manage to go swiftly with a cart.
Okay. How much more travel do they have to do?
Who?
To get to
The capital?
Yeah. Yeah.
You would estimate 30 miles. That will involve crossing a river. So however long it takes to get ferries for all of your carts and men.
Yes.
Also, don't forget you need to double back and come back to us after your extra day of travel.
Mm-hmm.
That puts you 2 days behind us if we potentially leave at the same time. So,
Which is why I think it's
We're
better
going
for just
back.
one of us to go.
well, considering splitting the party is not a good idea, Kabancha say if we're going back, I'd say we all go back and add a few extra days to all of our travel instead of having people apart from us.
You guys were reluctant to wait a little bit last night.
Yes, because they got notified about us. We're on a time schedule.
Part of it is like, hey, like, and I know there's an argument here and all, but yeah, there is a time schedule, so maybe have this argument in the cart. We can hold things down here, really. You see that they are kind of like, you know, leaning on Takutoa, and he's like, yeah, I mean, Kathadak's great. Kathadak core. I'm all down for this. But,
Which...
yeah.
Okay, so after they deliver the supplies, like, are they going there? Are they continuing? Are we supposed to continue north, or
You are supposed to continue north and east to make entrance into Kathadak province. So you will be going off-road across plains to make your entrance into Kathadak province.
Oh my god.
can I not just meet you guys in Kathadak? I'm not a stranger to traveling alone.
You will be sitting out like the entire rest of this session and part of the next one if you do that. I'm just saying that out of character. Like, just to give you a frame of reference. If this game goes how I believe, like, Lonnie will be removed from action for approximately that much game time.
Jesus.
Lonnie, I don't think any one of us should be apart
I did not think it was gonna take that
in this
long. Out of
war-torn
character.
land where there's a lot of banditry. I know you can handle your own, but there's a lot out there.
Well, apparently you won't trust a priestess of, well, someone that I trust to deliver it for us, so...
Because, like, I think my reasons are pretty valid. She's not here as her #1 priority to help these people. She said it herself, she wasn't here for the people, she was here to find what her visions was telling her. Like, she claimed that herself.
How much was what does that religion tend to, like...
I mean, like in general...
Okay, so
In
so-
general, it is a pretty normal religion, however, she seemed like a pretty, like, there is a charismatic tradition within it, and she seemed like one of those, and she seemed like pretty exceptionally, like, driven by her visions compared to the average priestess of Nabiki.
Well, as in, like, how do you, like, just based on general, like, religion dynamics for this particular one, how would she take a request from me?
What would you be requesting of her?
To
Like-
go deliver this food to that village, or at the very least use some
The
of it
village
for her
that
own.
she's in.
Because like she's a little bit outside that village, right?
No, she's like in that village basically. She's like right at the cleat of the bridge next to it. Like she's like 15 feet from the sick hut, from the front of her door.
Then yeah.
Like if you get it to her, you've gotten it to that village.
Okay.
So that still puts us back like 4 days. Was it? No, it's like 2 days, whatever.
If you
That
didn't
makes
have to
sense.
return with the cart, you could catch up a lot faster.
So we
I was low key considering just ditching the cart, honestly.
I mean, at that point, that's fine. It's be more beneficial. It's less stuff to worry about. But
Didn't we just fix up this card?
if we're going to send this back, I think we should all go.
Okay, I guess the vote is, do just one of us go and catch up later, or do all of us go?
Alright. Chat vote. Chat vote. This is... I should have titled this episode Democracy.
Jesus.
All go, one go. This is gonna be the last vote. Alright, that's a neutral. And Marlon was like, what if we just ate the food, though? What if we chill?
I mean,
I
you
mean,
are the
that was
Lord of
already-
technically.
Alright, this is...
Decree this.
Okay, so Darren, this is that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where everybody votes for themselves. Literally, whatever you vote for wins.
Wait, quick, find a fifth option.
Hey, would I be able to get back to the group faster with Hoofington?
If you are mounted, you will be able to catch up faster than if you are unmounted.
You could always let me take Huffington.
Fuck no, that's my horse.
Fuck no.
Not
I was
just no,
muted, but I
hell
laughed
no.
at that.
Thanks, David.
I mean, even if you take Hoofington, you getting there won't change much time because
Hmm.
a cart, and
Yes, but me
I'm
getting back
assuming
would
you're
be a
not
little bit
proficient at
faster.
driving a cart.
You
Yeah,
don't have
but
the
I
wagon
think
license. Oh no, the wagon
Yeah,
license.
do you have a
we
wagon license?
we
I don't know
let
about you,
me
but I
we,
do.
Can I
we
steal
let me
yours?
drive the cart before with an annual handling check.
Mhm.
Sure.
That's why I'm volunteering to go.
Yeah, you're able to like
But,
keep him calm.
Is it a wagon license?
I still got the job done while you had to do your short rest.
Yeah, that was for like an hour. And
All right,
that was
all right,
not-
all right, all right, all right. This
Hey.
session is not going to be this argument. Y'all pick something and live with it.
Okay,
Better
fine.
wait
I
on
vote. I vote to feast
Oh shit. Okay.
because honestly, being apart for like that long is not good. Period.
Zion, if you had to choose,
I mean, that's already like 2 for one of them, so.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
okay, like
Being apart for that long is simply not good for us. Period. We were separated
like-
before and we lost a big fight.
I feel like it's also a good idea to focus on our own, like our troops and stuff. You know, like if them having the food helps them, we should probably do
can-
that over taking it backwards to somebody to try to help them.
Alright, let's just feast and sleep.
In game, Kai, not in real life.
Well, I'm about to do that soon.
yeah. All right, so
He
y'all,
just said it looked like a yawn.
Yeah.
all right, y'all feast. Y'all. Okay, so you guys like break out the food, and Barley's like, woo. Everybody has a pretty good time. Anybody who wants to can roll the morale save for each unit. They are at advantage. The morale on Bardiga's Bastards is a +4. The willing
I don't think I should be rolling.
is a +2.
No,
Anybody who wants to do
David,
anything else, such as roll performance, can improve. The feast, however, does happen. All right, yeah. Give me a religion. To just sort of like send the dead as best you can.
I think David should roll for the willing, since they're commanded by him.
Sure.
What do I roll?
Just a D20 plus 4. You can just roll a D20 twice if you want, and then we can just add 4 like by looking at it. Okay, so
Lonnie is gonna
so an
just
18
be with the
easily.
party for a bit.
The
I can
willing pops
Help
up too.
Lonnie too.
No, Lonnie does not want your help.
Oh,
Oof.
that's very rude. I don't understand why I couldn't help.
Bury the bodies.
Send off all of these people that died in this battle that we were all a part of. But I suppose if my help is not wanted,
Lonnie is just staying away from everyone right now.
Amazing. All right, Bardiga's Bastards. Do I have a roll for Bardiga's Bastards from Tento? From not Tento, but yeah.
D20.
Okay. Now we're up to 3. Size 3 on the wagon train. That's good. That's good. Oh my gosh. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Huh. Can I reroll that one?
Using Halfling Lucky. If you choose to use a Halfling Lucky, you can.
Fuck yeah, I do. Jesus.
Oh
my goodness!
Oh my god.
Listen, technically this isn't your role, this is the army role, but
All right. I'm gonna
I guess
say.
it doesn't matter anyways.
I'm
So
gonna-
remind me once again why we are not helping a starving, dying village.
they
For
can't be
this
helped. We
time-
need to help our people.
Because the time to take to do all that puts
Remind
us
me
so
why
far
we're
behind.
doing that.
Alright.
Remind me why we're doing that.
We're on a
It
time
would
crunch.
hurt us more than help us, and it would not help them enough to help them.
With Bardiga's Bastards already being downed, a 9 is sufficient to get them to stand up at 1.
God.
We did it.
The
Thank
feast
you, God.
the feast goes through, and everybody's very happy and healthy. And Dak
Well,
Tak does come
most
over
everyone.
to. So Lonnie, you're like burying bodies, I guess, like trying to send them off at least, like corpse piles. And Dak Tak will approach and sort of like stand there and grunt and say, "Me bury bodies," in a questioning fashion.
if you want.
He finds a shovel and begins to several like crude graves. There are now a lot more shallow graves at the edge of this village. You do what you can to send people on. By this time, carrion have begun to arrive, and the vulture have plucked out some of the eyes of the people who you guys get to. Dak Tak shoos them. The mud has dried from the rains, and people laugh and cheer and make merry in the camp. Not all of them, however, have survived. The people who were already buried that you send on were, of course, the Aurorii. When the work is done, hours later, Dak Tak says, "Thank you for saving my life."
Lonnie just like kind of numbly nods.
That Dak Tak heads back to the group, not being one for many words. Yeah. So, everybody gets a long rest and is at full health. Full health. It is the beginning of your second or third day. No, like that was the first day. That was the second day. Now hold on. You guys had to camp out in Cathadak. 1, 2. Either way, I think this is the third day in Cathadak.
I believe you're correct.
We're not in Cathadak.
Oh wow. Third day in
Oh,
Ava.
yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
holy shit. Third day in Ava. Alright, so the group gathers together, feasts, chills out, and enjoys their meal and food and has a good time, or as good a time as they're going to. Obviously, some people are telling the stories of their fallen comrades, and Yeah. With that, everybody is feeling themselves, and Daktak seems a little bit stronger than he was before the battle began.
Did he level up?
Well, he certainly has more HP.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
feel like that's one in tier.
Yeah, you feel like he's coming to his own and would be a fitting commander to put the willing under if Morelos wanted to leave that to a lieutenant. But that's just a potential. So, yeah, you guys, I mean, there's a lot of burials. Lonnie presumably sleeps alone in the night. You guys are done resting up the following day, and your people are ready to travel. There are no signs on the horizon of enemies.
The first. So, are we still going after the silver quote or no? We
Um,
just get back on the wagon, our empty wagon.
That's my prediction. That may not be true. We might find it mostly full. We might find it halfly full. But
We don't know if going after him is too out of the way either, do we?
Yeah.
Uh,
also, it's been a day. It was raining.
Yeah.
We're gonna be able to follow the tracks anymore.
yeah, so we're just
Okay.
gonna head to the objective. Or that's what I want to do at least.
I second that.
All right.
Yeah,
John,
same.
you can I say something?
No, I said we don't know which direction they went, so might as
Yeah,
well just
no,
continue
no,
on.
it makes sense.
Well, yeah, because I mean, Lonnie still hasn't mentioned the vision, right?
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, you guys have no idea what direction they headed in. Without that information, you guys hit the road. It's marching
Road
time.
again.
Yeah, it's Ava travel time. We play the Ava theme. Yeah, you guys head out across the plains, and you notice that you know, now that Toktoa has been acquired, people are whispering about him, like, "Oh yeah, isn't he that Gorge School guy? Oh yeah, he's a sword dancer, right? Yeah, he's pretty tough. Ah, he's on our side now, huh? Yeah, I heard he defected in the battle. Of course, he wouldn't join us.
Did he bring any troops with him?
No, he just fucked off from that other group. He didn't particularly care for them. He was mostly just doing it for the money. And money
Also,
doesn't do you
So,
much if you're
can I-
dead. Can
Sorry, go on,
you?
Jin? I
Who
thought.
we're facing were mostly of the Silver Company and peasants. The only Aurora was him.
Oh, okay. I just kind of want to like.
Alright,
You
you-
brought up something interesting in that dream when it said there's two sickles. I just
Mm.
want to look at my sickle and like.
Still
you split it-
glinting blood red. You guys. Wait, what?
I'm gonna ask like, can he split in two? He's just gonna like fiddle with it.
You guys see Tento talking to himself and playing with that weird murderous sickle he has.
Do you split into two? How do I get a purple one?
I respectfully ignore this.
Yeah, give me that overland vehicle proficiency, and if anybody wants to give me a survival.
I can survival.
Yeah, here's that survival.
Damn.
Okay.
Are we still in the plains? So I don't need a scout, right?
Damn.
Yeah, you're still in a plains where most things are seen coming. Yeah, so you
Okay,
guys
well-
make decent time. Which is
Is-
you
Wait,
get a
plains-
hex per quarter day. Wait, what?
Damn.
Oh yeah.
Y'all need to
people
stop rolling ones.
people tell you to shut up. They're like, Tento, if you could not.
Aww,
You guys
that-
reach
it
the
was
very
only one
edge
time.
of the valley, and you see Tausberg in the distance as night falls. However, at this point, it's night, and it would be dangerous to make the descent with the carts at such a time. I'm assuming you guys camp the night, but you could tell them to press on through the night.
I would say we camp. Even with my driving skills, I don't think I can safely make that voyage.
All right,
I
you
agree with camping.
you camp again, and yeah, I mean, there is like the main campfire that is the parties that you guys could be around. But I assume that Renlos is like turtled in somewhere. And how is Lonnie feeling about the party and sleeping around them at the moment? I mean, you normally chill out on your own anyway, but
Yeah, you know what? Lonnie's gonna hang with the goblinoids more than the party.
yeah, I mean, they're happy to have you. They're like, wow, we thought we were goners before you showed up. And at some point during the night, someone asks, so what were you intent on doing?
Wait, what was the question?
What were you intent on doing?
When you left the party the first time.
I just wanted to ask that priestess some questions that were kind of important.
Shirka sidles up to you and he's like, ooh, did you ask her priestess sage questions? Did you ask her about your fortune?
Yeah, sure, something like that.
Yeah, they seem to laugh at that and say, ooh, don't laugh, that's a very special kind of question to ask a priestess lady.
Excuse me.
Just wanted to be able to do what I do better.
And he's like, ah, looking for a little bit more of that holy juice. You do what you do pretty well, Sage.
Do I hear that?
Yeah.
Whispering that?
They're being pretty loud about it.
Oh, sure.
Holy juice! Your tentacle yell across.
You
I
lift
mean-
up the holy hand grenade while you say that.
Holy juice! I got the holy juice. Go on. No, sorry.
Yeah.
That was rude of me. I just yelled across. That was rude of me. Sorry. Go on. Tell him how you got more holy juice.
Everyone just kind of laughs. Would anybody like do or say anything in particular, like in the night, or is there anything you do in particular as you rest? I mean, you guys have a fuckload of guards, so like, you know, people are standing watch.
Can I cast the ritual again just to see if they maybe are in the same spot?
Give me both those rolls.
Don't roll ones.
Thanks, Shin. I think I'm gonna roll ones now.
You got it, Casey. Hey, it wasn't a 1. Congratulations.
There was a 1 in it.
Okay,
No, you're right.
okay. Meanwhile, back in Ava province, your
Meanwhile.
eye swings further this time, further afield, but you strain to control it. It takes longer to come. It's not comfortable when it does, but it tunnels and swirls, and a gray world sweeps out. You slide along a river and come to a spot along the bank of the valley where one could descend with a cart. You see it back a ways at an intersection in a village. Some money changes hands, but more importantly, steeds and Trigushi. A small herd, had at great expense. They were probably going to have to butcher them anyway. You see the Silver Company. They march north along the river. In the distance, a town. The name of it you know not. And further on, you see on the horizon rise a small, brilliant phoenix as your vision winks out.
Okay, so those supplies are for sure gone.
It's the next morning. How does Ian do a quick medicine on that weird breathing?
Oh,
He
Jesus.
determined that Tendo's lungs are fine. He's just being funny.
Why would you someone to breathe weird?
Yeah. So someone could give me a survival or you guys can roll me survival. Like this is like a group skill challenge to get the wagons down and like onto the ferries, which you see waiting in the morning, sort of waving to you. They seem to have come from Tausberg. Give me a combined athletics. You can roll me athletics. You can roll me survival. Shin. Roll me cart proficiency.
Hey.
There you go.
If you guys want to roll perception, you can like call out like, "Don't step on that rock. You'll break your head." Kibancho like running in the 90s down the ridge. Tento calls out all the rocks very well. David, Morelos gives a quick like rock climbing 101. The goblins take the most notes. And you guys get down to the water. There's a lot of fairies there, and they say, "We're here to bring you to Tausberg, on command of the regent."
Thank you. And like, do we recognize any Hmong with these guys?
Yeah,
or-
so they're all decked out in Itoya Mons. So
Okay, so at least
they-
from glance, they're
yeah.
the people we're
Yeah, and your Night Scouts would say that they saw them dispatched from the Tausberg docks in the early morning. Because you could see Tausberg, it stands to reason they could see you.
Perfect.
They're like, "Wow, you managed to get here with the supplies. It's been so long. I mean, we kept hearing that a shipment would come from Tessin province, but..." And then they sort of like trail off and say, "Anyway, it's good to see you. This is going to help." Everything gets loaded up and the wagons go whoosh as you're up to Tausberg.
Hey,
It grows on the horizon. Its castle, overlooking a large but somewhat run-down town. A significant portion of it, made mostly of stone, looks damaged. Most of the roofs aren't whole. You come through a busy dock and are ushered forward swiftly to the keep. Let me go ahead and gather everybody up. Doop, doop, doop. In Ein Tausberg Keep, you are led up to the hall of the Landgraf. The Ritters stand to either side with a smart salute, and the doors slide open. You overhear through the paper walls a bit of a conversation saying, "And ensure that the Father of Mercy Abbot is well equipped. Those supplies coming in will be a great boon to the almshouse. Yes, that region is most hurt. Indeed, Lord, you are correct. Well, so it is. The boy will attend the ceremony this year. We've had a conversation about it." The door opens and you see Parthkey drumming his fingers on a throne. There's a map and a teapot, and a very stylish man is standing across from him. You see one of his legs has some holes through it, it looks not unlike
I'm
Zion's.
just gonna like fuck in. Anybody else?
And this man turns around and says, "Oh! What fortune's upon us! These must be the shade of the mountain, yeah? Indeed, it should seem they have arrived. Blessed tidings, friends. I trust you will not too troubled on your journeys here."
Oh, we were into a lot of trouble.
Come, have some tea. Tell me of your voyage. He sort of nods to Johan. Johan says, "Yeah, I will make sure there's plenty of rooms ready in the garrison for your men. I'm sure they will be tired after a long journey." You hear a bit of a metal
Appreciate
clanking sound as he walks, like from within the armor. You note that some of these ritters look beat up. Big scars. This guy's missing an eye. "Certainly," he says with a nod towards Kibancho.
Don't mind me asking. What was your name again? Lord Johan?
I'm Lord Johan Adachi. Of the Ava Adachis.
Can't help but notice a little clank in your leg there.
Oh,
If you don't mind me asking,
It is
is that
a-
prosthetic?
it's a prize of battle. Yeah. I lost my leg in honorable service to the previous Landgraf. May his spirit watch over us all. Indeed. Parthki sort of turns a bit grim at the mention of it. Indeed, we lost much that day. The servants sort of like hush up as they hurry around at the mention of it, and the ritters stand extra stiff. But Lord Johann doesn't seem bothered. He says, I thought for sure I was a goner. Luckily, I had Regent Vaja here at my side, and we lived, although many good men died that day. And women and others too. Beset on all sides by dwarves. I will have to tell you about it sometime over drinks, yeah? But I must make arrangements. Your food and medicine is in great need across Ava province, and I cannot in good conscience delay its departure. He walks by, making like little bows to everyone. A deeper one to Morenlos, making mark of the crown upon his head. And he says, So, it is true. A new Lord of the Mountain, yeah?
Actually, real quick, before Johan leaves, Kabancho would ask, if you don't mind delaying for just a second, what system do you guys use to distribute the relief effort?
He gesticulates to that map and says, Hans, if you would bring me the ledger. He picks up this heavy, well-thumbed book and hands it to Vaja, who offers it to you and says, feel free to check my accounting. You see that
based on a ledger book.
He's like, indeed, this records all crop yields across Ava, and additionally accounts for the displaced peoples from across the plains we've had to resettle in the farming communities. Even at their previous levels, they wouldn't be able to take care of them. Additionally, it shows those who have been able to be or constituted from the war and who have returned their flocks.
Can I look through this ledger to see?
Yeah. I mean, it looks like, the book looks like it is making a record of where there are the most people who have the least food.
It all seems legit, at least from our...
I mean, Tento has been through a lot of cooked books before in his life. Give me an insight.
Yeah, as I say.
Did we ever figure out the name of that village, or?
The one that you guys went through that was technically like not really a village. Yeah, it is called Brukachi, and I will put that in chat at your discretion. Tento, these books look disgustingly legitimate. It really looks like it really looks like they've. I mean, nobody's even taken anything off the top. It looks like a very tight lip has been kept on all this, and it looks like the exacting record has been taken of every Togushi and horse and donkey across Ava. You do notice, however, some places don't have entered data for that is recent across the Southern Valley.
Would
Can I bring up
Tento
the
the
village?
expert like to point this out to Kabancho the amateur?
Well,
Brukachi isn't on there. Brukachi is also like a series of lean-tos around a dude's fishing hovel.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not really.
Well, this is a historical record, and it goes back to within the past basically 5 years. It's possible that village just isn't marked, but you could ask Parthki.
Yeah, I'll ask him. So we did go past a village named I can never.
Brukachi?
Brukachi, and I didn't see it in your ledger.
And he's like, Brukachi. The name doesn't strike me as familiar from my records. Where was it?
A little further down south.
He thinks about it for a moment, and he's like, how many people live there? Did it look like it had been around for a while?
It looked recent-ish, and maybe... How many people seem like maybe 20-some people, maybe more.
Hans, make a note of this. He's scribbling on a piece of parchment, and he's like, thank you. We'll have to update the survey.
But of course. And by the way, your books, impeccable.
Thank you. I take pride in keeping good stock. I used to. He trails off before saying, let's just say I took care of the numbers.
And how do you account for places that need medicine then?
Medicine, most of the medicine distributed, we rely upon the temples that are still. He kind of cuts himself off and says, the temples that are presently suited to distribute the medicine. Otherwise, we distribute it directly to some of the larger alchemists and healers. In return for lenience on their taxes, they are to distribute all of the medicine they receive directly for free. It's a patchwork of arrangements. We have different deals across the province. The sad reality is that we don't have a centralized system for it. Where the Father of Mercy has a strong organization, however, we normally leave it to their priests. They are well inclined and normally have at least baseline medical training. They can assess who needs what.
And sorry for all these questions, but how do you enforce all these distributions?
Well, when you send out many small shipments, most of them don't get disrupted. And when nobody's targeting them, they can go by more easily, especially when we ensure they appear unassuming, and we send scouts ahead. I also run a number of dummy carts.
Man, this guy's got everything planned out, doesn't he?
I take it that your hard
Too
time
good.
came
He
from...
must be a criminal.
I take it that your hard time crossing the plains is related to... Ooh... Shall I wager 1/2 in Suke Fuchs?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yes, his forces didn't consider it worthwhile to strike anything but the Tessin clan shipments coming from the east.
Oh, so you let... Just Tessens.
Insight check.
Yeah, hit him with an insight check. I will know.
Because man,
This man is
there's
smooth.
a lot of sus being thrown around by everyone. Okay, yeah, you know what? He's fine.
He checks out.
Tento-
His records are so good, it can't possibly have any.
Tento, this man has a unique insight into the mindset of somebody who would want to steal from supply lines. It makes him much better at keeping you from... Ooh, I didn't see that in my chat. My chat isn't showing it, but Tento, you get an extra insight. Okay, so here's what you would have gotten with just that insight roll.
So damn, you have a +9?
Yeah, I leveled up to 5.
You get the sense that this guy is, he knows a lot. He's got a lot of insight into how people who wanted to rob caravans would do business. You also notice behind his pauldron, though, with that extra danger to go alone, he has a very large tattoo that appears to snake up the side of his neck. He normally keeps it largely concealed, but you can see it in the gap. It looks like the edge of it is like a manacle, but shattered.
Does that mean anything?
Uh,
The criminal underground?
Not in the criminal underground, but you could roll history upon seeing that. But you feel like it's pretty significant. It also looks like it's been altered after it was originally carved into his flesh. Yeah. You know that there is a movement underground, an underground movement underground. You don't know its name, but you do know that it is against things like serfdom, slavery, bondage of all sorts. This guy is probably affiliated with it. A broken chain is normally their symbol.
Oh, wow. So he seems like a pretty good guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's got insights that suggest the wrong side of the road to some people's way of thinking. But if this is the affiliation that you're pretty sure it is, he's a pretty above board guy, and he's certainly he doesn't have a money motive if he's an ideological member of that group.
Alright, well,
Lonnie is just gonna ask if he's also aware that there was a recent outbreak of what did he say? It was like parasitic worms.
Yeah.
Potato worms.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
potato worms.
But it's like, yes, the potato worms. It's been vexatious. He rubs his forehead and says, get one area under control, and then you start to move around the fertilizers and seeds. And then, of course, you have to account for the ones that don't make it where they're going because of, well, greed, graft, violence, beasts, you name it. But yes,
Yeah,
I am
well,
aware, and I am attempting to do what I can to take care of it, but it is a vexatious situation. He looks at you up. He looks you up and down and says, "Am I right in guessing are you still wearing the vestment?"
No, I never put it on since I wasn't about to go back.
Okay, he's like, he looks at you up and down and says, "If I might ask, are you a person of medicine yourself?"
she's a druid.
Ah, druid. Perhaps you will,
but okay.
perhaps you will have an opportunity to meet a like-minded individual.
Yeah, she loves meeting other druids. Please.
Lonnie's gonna kick Tento in the shin.
Why?
Parthki just sort of like blinks, looks
So
away, and
sad.
pretends he didn't see it, and say, so indeed. Is your curiosity satisfied? May I let our friend Lord Johan be about the distributions?
Yes, thank you so much for taking the extra time for this.
I have often said that people are more willing to follow your directions if you merely explain to them why you're doing it. He gives Johan a nod, and Johan bows most honorably to Morenlo, screen him as a fellow lord, and fucks off. So,
Wait. Fox off. Wait a
Yeah.
second.
you guys hear you guys hear a clittering clattering and see a giant lizard crawling up under the awning. One of the commoners gives a start and almost drops the silverware they're carrying. The ridders go ramrod stiff, but none of them change, and it sort of comes and rests its head right on the edge. And Parthki's like, "Yes, we do have guests. If you'd care to introduce yourself in polite company." The lizard begins to transform, shrinking. Its spines growing to the shoulders of a man.
Oh, I thought it was gonna start
Lady-
talking.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, and before Parthki can finish, this Hakaru, the Green. He stalks over a coat of furs and feathers on his head. His helmet, an adorned ram skull. He looks you all over, 210N in particularly closely, and says,
Lonnie's
I
just gonna, try to
smell-
put Tento
gonna-
between her and Hakaru.
He kind of crouches over and
Lonnie?
pokes his head towards Lonnie and says, "I smell the road on you. Yes, yes.
What's wrong, Lonnie? I thought you liked other druids.
Old dirt. Druids?" He looks at Lonnie.
Lonnie is going to kick him again.
Ow! My shins! They hurt!
Also, let's be real, her kicks don't actually hurt that much with a -2.
Emotional pain, okay, Casey?
Yes,
Emotional
I'll just,
pain.
pretend that it hurts.
A druid and an Ilkiros are not strange company, but your relationship is complex. I sense the tension of the hunt. He sort of looks at Lumi and growls a little, and Lumi sort of flaps her tongue at him and thinks, "Wow, he's kind of weird, isn't he?" To you, Lonnie. And Hakaru comes over to Zion and says, "Tell me, have you crawled out of any ruins recently?"
No.
Kinda rude.
Crawled out.
Well, you see,
Oh, hole too?
Walk.
Hakaru says, walking. I find it so... He kind of leans back on a pillow. Boring. He then pulls over into all fours and crawls toward Kibancho. He then leans his head up on puts his chin on the table, looks at Kibancho and says, "My, I feel you've come a long way." I smell the morning dew atop the canopies upon you.
I apologize. I don't quite understand what you mean by that.
It is an old and melancholy scent, he proceeds, ignoring you. Yes, his eyes wander off vaguely. He pulls out a pipe made of glass, sort of like strikes a quick match in it, and just... His pupils dilate heavily. He looks at no one in particular, and his head is, by the way, still, like, he's, like, splayed out, head up on the table, shoulder on the pillow, and says, Yes, yes. You approach the blade. Two fates approach. One leaves. He smokes a little, and he coughs. And then his head sort of like slinks under, and he curls up there. And Parthi sort of lets out like a really long gasp and says, I encourage you to not take great mind to Hakaru. He has his role to play in the court.
When was the
Okay,
last
we're
time
really a
Mama
normal
Murphy
druid.
was off her meds?
When do we ever? Are all druids like this? First we have a crazy old man.
You know, I mean, so like Lonnie's known a lot of druids, and like some percentage of them are like off their rockers. Yeah, I mean, the one that almost killed you seemed pretty collected, but like some
Yeah, they
druids,
almost killed us.
some druids are like champions of the woods and the people. Some druids are learned scholars who are close to the land, and some of them are the sort of people who would run around without pants on, smeared in dirt, communing with the wild magic that courses throughout the wilderness and trying to talk to animals. And let's just say that selects for a certain personality type.
Also, let's be real. What the druids that she knows, if they do weird shit, that's probably normal. This still ain't normal. Just like,
Yeah, Akaru's exceptionally crazy.
having a collection of sticks, that's normal. This though, never seen anything like that. You're not normal anymore.
Yeah, Hakaru sort of like twists around laughing and says, "Well, I'm the only one left." And Parthki sort of grimaces and says, "Yes, it is unfortunate, but during the war, the dwarves elected to burn down the grove. The only survivor of the circle was Hakaru. He fights the most savagely."
Sorry to hear that.
"Don't be sorry,"
Have I heard
Hakaru
about-
bolts up. I was the toughest fighter. Welcome back. Yeah, so you guys have
Have I
arrived to drop off the goods. You met Parthki. He seems like a pretty chill dude. And Lonnie, roll me a history. I mean, it would have been 10 years ago, and I don't know that you would have been terribly close when it happened, although I'm blanking on the timeline of when you got your powers.
Oh wait, I'm supposed to have a timeline? Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I don't know, like, where you would have been 10 years ago, when it would have been news, you know? Yeah, I was saying, from Druid, so you heard that something bad happened to the Circle of Ava. You didn't know specifics, and you
Okay.
didn't know there was a survivor.
Okay.
But you know that most of the Druids in Ava died during the war. They were neutral, but that didn't stop the High King's orders.
Jesus.
So yeah, Hakaru has lived. He looks weathered, but young. In a way that, like, his skin has calcified a little, and he's got scars that run deep. Even on his lizard form, he had them. Hakaru sort of mellows out as the high hits him. He sort of like chills on a cushion with his back leaned up against this, and he just sort of mutters one word to himself in Kiho. And it is the word. You guys could roll a d10 to know this random vocabulary word, unless your name lines with Wound Donnie, in which case you know that the word is cutting. Yeah. Parthi's like, so where were we before Hakaru joined us? I think with those rolls,
You just.
I think with those
Looks-
rolls, you both know that it means cutting because lower is better in this.
I honestly lost. What were we talking about?
Quick catch up. Group
Yeah, we were
arrives
talking
with
about weird
goods.
druids.
Asks Parthkey questions about how stuff is handed out. He seemed
Yeah.
legit, like he was giving stuff to those most in need. Hakaru, the weird druid, shows up as giant lizard, transforms into dude, says weird stuff to everyone. Parthkey, you do notice, Zion, that Parthkey's eyes linger on you a little bit, and he says, if I might ask, friend, are you the, scholar I have heard much about? The Wandering Tinker, 210N?
Indeed.
Your reputation precedes you. I apologize if Haku has offered any offense. I assure you that the most common individual of your constitution that would be encountered in this lands are the ancient relics of the Blood Iron Kings. They are not presently well disposed towards those who attempt to, shall we say, unrightfully pilfer tombs or perturb resting places otherwise, and act to defend them. Fetchers who attempt to rob these tombs come back with stories about metal men, and people invent the rest from there.
See, I did not realize I had a reputation.
Ah, well, I keep up with scholars, and I've had correspondence, though it has been a number of years, with one Treadfar. They spoke highly of you at the time.
Oh,
Ah, friend Treadfar. Yes.
Indeed. They mentioned you were a tinkerer and alchemist of some skill.
Well, I do a bit of, here and there.
Excellent.
Very
oh, don't be
modest.
so modest.
Ah, yes. So,
So,
yeah, by the way, somebody does come up and start, offering everyone tea if they want some.
I'll
It's
take some tea.
it's oolong.
Ooh, ooh.
Oh, I'm drinking oolong right now.
Wow. And in the game. I mean, if Lonnie would drink it. But yeah, so they pour up some oolong.
So, am I allowed to ask the Mr. Druid guy for some of them herbs?
Yeah, he offers you, the pipe if you want to take a hit.
I won't take a hit, but I would like some herbs.
Haku's like, I know what sort of herbs you're looking for. And then he pulls, something, like a certain dried orange leaf out of his pocket. He leans in and says, it helps with foot fungus.
Oh, thanks. Free stuff,
You know,
free stuff.
Tento, you scratch your foot and you're like, wow, you might be getting a little of the trekker's foot. Yeah, you might want to apply that. He really
Thanks.
did. He really did know what you were gonna need.
Didn't know I needed that. Huh. So like, do I just rub it on there, or like?
He's like, yes, just crunch it up a bit in your hands and then smear it.
Just start smearing them. Thanks, I guess.
Tento takes care of his feet. And Mernlos, the other dude, greeted you as a fellow lord. The dude with the pimpin' outfit. Which was about the big thing that happened. Yeah, so I mean, you guys sit down and have yourself a little meeting and a little greeting, and yeah, I mean, at length, Parthkey would basically, ask about your encounter on the plains.
Man, who wants to explain that?
You can just say,
Boss
we
wouldn't hold
tell
back
him.
any information on that one.
Alright, so you tell him the full event, and he's like, strange. Very strange. I knew Altima to be neither a man of dishonesty, nor such violence, nor political bent. He was only interested in his research, although I warned him it was dangerous.
What was his research?
kind of purses his lip and says, some information is, well, I'm not sure he'd want me to tell you. Although, based on his actions, I can't say that I can count him amongst my friendly acquaintances anymore. You guys could roll me persuasion if you want to get him to give it up, but Parthki doesn't seem too quick to let loose on what Eltima's research was about.
Do you know anything about a giant owl?
Parthki says, a giant owl? A giant owl?
Yeah.
He blinks
Big owl.
twice. He rubs his chin and says, no, why?
Oh, it's just something that whatever, I forget what his name was, brought up about giant owl attacking Ultima.
Yeah, that's the title.
Giant owl attacked
Strange.
him. Wasn't quite sure why.
He hesitates as if though he's going to hazard a guess, and Kabancha, what do you say to him?
I'll start talking about like, I worry about Herr Fuchs because he does seem to have a new advisor that is most dishonorable and
I assure you that
not
Finsuke's,
from his actions.
Finsuke's ambition outstrips his honor by far. But you're right, this is strange. I suppose that, especially given the revelation about the large beast, I would just mention that Ultima's researches pertained to Feyways, and a means by which one could travel great distances in short times. If there's anything more to be learned about the subject, I suppose it will be at his tower. But it's a very well-guarded location, far to the west.
I would say that research would be very fruitful if successful, but I believe that Herr Fuchs is in over his head, especially
Quite.
now that he's been targeted by a dangerous and powerful creature.
Sounds like they're
Indeed.
both over their head.
Right.
So I know where that tower is now.
Finsuke has been troublesome. But he is mostly a symptom of the disease that clutches this city. There are many things to do. Restoring relations with our dwarf neighbors. Re-sowing the fields. Bringing new herds to graze upon the plains. It has been difficult. But I appreciate your help in this. You hear the crash of like a very big rock hitting the ground behind the door, and you see a red glow come closer to it. And he's like, one moment.
Which door?
Behind this door. And Parthki's like, Galeon, what goes on in there? And Galeon's like, nothing. I was just polishing the stone. Parthki's like, you don't need to polish that stone, Galeon. Just leave it where it is. And you hear like a quick fuddle, and Parthki kind of like face palms, and he's like, Galeon, why don't you come out here and meet your guests? They've delivered some supplies. And Galeon pulls open the door. He's like, oh, supplies from Clan Tessin. He comes out and says, oh, you're the Shade of the Mountain. I've heard all about you. He runs out and he's like, oh, you're the Turtle Lord. And you're Tento, the Shadow Thief. And you're the Druid. And you're the Anorak. Ooh. But wait, where is the mysterious masked stranger?
Let me tell you, kid, he's doing a top secret mission for us right now.
Ooh, he's my favorite. I love the part in the stories where he kills things.
God.
I kind of look at Parthak like Parky, like
Parthi just kind of like grits his teeth and says, Galeon's imagination is well captivated by tales of you. Indeed. Galeon, we were just handling business, but assuming that's all behind us, I present Landgraf Galeon Itoye.
How old does this kid look like he is?
14.
14? Okay.
Yeah, he's 14.
Yeah, he's going through a lot at that age.
Yeah, he's going through a lot.
Tyr, you have a fan. Is Galeon gonna start a fan club for Tyr?
Potentially. But yeah, I mean, Galeon just like, ooh, it's so great to meet you all. You have to tell me about your adventures. And Tento, tell me about how you charm the mermaids.
That's fucking right.
Lonnie's like trying to stifle, like going like full blown laughing.
Let me tell you again. I get a little hope from our Drew right there. She knows all the secrets.
He's like, ooh, the druid. I've heard many stories about you, although in some of them you were like tall and blonde, and you had a squirrel. I see that
Lonnie's like so just trying to like not burst out laughing, like not just like start laughing in his face. It's like, yeah, I'm, you know, druids can change their forms, so. I mean, I still think it's much more that, you know, charming a mermaid is much more impressive of a feat.
he's like, oh my, you all have such magical powers. Ooh, and tell me, so like, he walks over to Kabancho, and Parthki seems like suck in a little air, and he's like, is it true that you have the Rebel Blade? Stories are conflicting. There are some people who say that you're waving it around everywhere, and there are some people who say that you don't have it, and that you kill people by looking at them very crossly and then spitting webs at them.
I look at Parquet and do I see anything like please don't do this?
He sighs and says, it would be most edifying to know if a relic were in our presence, I suppose.
And I'm assuming this kid's like
Ooh.
Christmas morning, like,
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
He's got
I
the
almost saw
stars in
Santa
his
today,
eyes.
kinda
He's
look.
looking up at you.
Yes, he is.
Oh.
Alright. I'm gonna be flashy and start waving my hand around the air as if I have a sword.
Mm-hmm.
And then with a flash of green flames, I summon the Rebel Blade.
All right. So everybody looks excited, and people are like, "It is the blade of Akechi. Truly, a sign of justice on his side." And somebody like off camera says, "A sign of rebellion as well." And everybody looks excited, including Hakaru. But then he sees what blade. He's like, "Oh, it's the Rebel Blade. No, though, that's not the fate converging with yours. I'm talking about the other blade."
The other blade?
He sort of rolls over at Kabancho, makes uncomfortable eye contact, and says, "You know the one." And then he just sort of, like, crumples a bit. And Galeon's like, "Oh, it's so magnificent." And inside of Kabancho's head, he hears, "Akechi. Akechi.
Oh my god.
I feel myself growing in this place, seeping through the roots. Yes. This place feeds me. This place needs me. Ooh, but in the east I hear the wail of ogres and orcs. And dead men would be kings, Akechi. Ooh, in the east there's even more."
Kibancho tries his best to not like show anything on his face of him hearing all this, but he takes it all in.
Galeon is very happy. The green gold blade burns brightly, and Parthki seems like he definitely takes it in. And says, "My, an impressive display."
Probably leave out the fact that I took that from a locked box, but we'll leave out some details.
About the fact that you totally jacked that shit?
Yeah, not all details need to be said, right?
Yeah,
It's no big deal. It's fine.
But
Who knows?
young master, I may have this blade now, but my weapon of choice, the one I started and trained with, and I pull out a quarterstaff. It's something more closer to this.
He's like,
Maybe one day
"Ooh."
you will also pick up a weapon as magnificent and versatile as the quarterstaff.
Gabancho, your sword is glowing green, and you hand him a stick.
He's
I
like,
don't know. I
"Ooh."
think mine is pretty cool, and can I cast Shillelagh on mine?
Yeah, he's like, ooh, I do love to hit things with sticks. Parthki kind of like rubs his forehead and says, the young master is truly a budding armsman.
You're just pulling out quarterstaffs. I pull out mine too.
Yeah, everybody whips out a quarterstaff. Yeah, like, ooh, ooh.
Yeah,
Hitting
what's
people
yours?
sticks.
I pull out a little toy spider.
He's like,
You have a
Oh,
toy
I thought
spider?
you say you pull out your spine or something.
he's like,
You have a toy spider?
Galeon's like, ooh, what's that?
Just a toy. I'm gonna use magical tinkering.
Oh.
This is Halloween. This is Halloween.
Oops. Did that
I don't know.
twice.
This sounds more like Santa right now.
Yeah.
All right, so do you whip
I'll
out?
say it's like Nightmare Before Christmas where he brings out a toy like on Christmas Day, but instead of like a regular toy, it's a fucking living spider.
Does it move?
Wait. Did we not already accomplish that with you?
It doesn't move, but I can make it make noises.
He's like, ooh, this is so lovely. And Hakaru just sort of stands up and looks at it, and he's like, it makes noise. He's just like really appreciating that fact. He's very impressed.
Oh, look at you, son.
Galeon's like, ooh, can I keep it?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, mysterious Ritter. Tell me, what is your name, that I might remember your fine gift to me, and repay you when the time comes?
I am no Ritter.
Oh?
I am but a traveling scholar.
Ooh, well, I can fix that. And he pulls out a rapier, and he's like, kneel, and I
Oh.
can make you a knight. And Parthi's like, my liege, perhaps another time Zion
Parthy.
can return to receive his Ritterhood, for which I am sure he will be very grateful. I believe other matters tend to him at the moment.
Yes, perhaps another time.
Karen's like, oh, he sheathes his blade and says, well, you shall forever enjoy my friendship, so do come by if you'd ever like to check out my cool magic crystal. And he like comes back here and opens the door, and you see that there's like a fucking like red ass chaos emerald or some shit back here. You gather that it's what he knocked over earlier.
Oh.
Man.
How do you pick it back up? Those things are heavy.
Who knows?
Mm.
So yeah, he's just happy to be here, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Lonnie's just like, so Scout, how did you charm those lovely mermaids?
I don't know. How did you transfer into a smaller person?
Mm-hmm.
Parthy
I
steps up
almost
and...
died.
So, let's just say a little birdie, cough cough, let me know that you might be headed a little bit northerly east on your way back.
As long as it's not a big bird that can turn its head 360 degrees.
Who's he talking to?
Yeah, who is he talking to?
All of you in general, but he just sort of like wink at Tento as he says this.
I
What did you do?
I mean, yeah, we're headed.
He takes out like a rolled up piece of paper and he hands it to Tento.
Mm. I'm gonna look at this thing, see what it says.
Alright,
Can Lonnie snoop and look over his shoulder?
yeah, absolutely.
You're not taller than me.
Yeah, so like here's what it looks like.
If I stand up.
So it looks like it is a map. Like it's like a crudely drawn like indicator of something. let me just yeah. So let me. Okay, where's blank map? Blank map. Okay, well, where's blank map .xcf? It's like a very crude drawing, and you're about to see Lee crudely draw it on stream. So it's art stream.
I don't know. People love to watch the real time drawing. Well, actually, not real time. Is it like
Real time
sped up?
managing.
But still.
Adventure map. Passageway map. And he says, this was liberated by one such fetcher from an old ruin. And it's sort of like part of it. It's like one of those treasure maps. It's kind of like in like a kid's novel where like they like not everything is exactly to scale or bird's eye or whatever.
You're just what is it called? Lamp shading for any discrepancies.
Yeah, so there's like a little bit of like a thing that looks like a mountain, some water going through it, and maybe like a grate over the bit where the water is going. But you see up and to the left, there is like a crude drawing of a bird of some sort. And it's sort of like up, maybe above a bush. And then there's like an arrow pointing over here. And it shows a unique chamber. And this chamber has... well, you know, 4 somethings in it.
No.
And it has written,
What?
flip levers.
I love how flip levers like almost as big as the whole map
Hey,
diagram.
that lever is very important and needs to be very
Flip.
personified and very
It
big.
needs to be flipped. I'm gonna tell him that thanks.
Yeah, you're about to see it in the Roll20. I'm uploading it right now. But yeah, he says, let's just say that if you're looking for a safer avenue for your troops to advance, this might behoove you in the near future.
Appreciate it.
Anytime. Old associates in Cathadak and I still keep up on occasion. Do tell them to write me about their mother if you happen to run into them. I am very concerned after the old dear's health.
I will.
Yeah. Tento, you know that is Thieves' Cant, and he's basically telling them to contact him because he has information that they will like. Galen is sitting on the throne, sort of like pedaling his feet. He hasn't quite hit the growth spurt yet. And Parthki walks about, and he's like, so, is there anything that I can do for you? We can tend to any wounded you might have and provide you ample sustenance. It is simple gruel, but it will fill their bellies.
Yes, please.
We obviously do not have an abundance of food, but we will be happy to share some of it with you and send you well on your way. By the way, I am subtracting some of the food. Well, I guess, yeah, I'm going to take all the food and all the medicine off the caravan screen. It isn't going to stay with you.
We would appreciate that greatly.
Alright, he basically fills you back up a bit more. And says, indeed. So, this is been a very good event that you've arrived. I'm given to understand that it did not seem that you were arriving with quite as many wagons as we were told to expect. Based on what happened on the plains, I suspect that the Silver Company has made off with and probably sold off or used personally those supplies, and some things are simply lost. As for the village of this Brukachi, it has been added to the survey, and if they are if you say they are in need, I will take you at your word as honorable folk, and be sure that we earmark some food for them. If there are some 20 people there, then we will be sure to get them adequate food to get them to the next harvest time.
Thank you. We really appreciate your
Hospitality
dedication
and
to the
quickness.
details.
In my business, one must pay attention to details or, well, meet fouler fates. But as it is, the best I can get is a mediocre rating from within the capital and worst further afield. Parthki, the people love you, Galeon says. Ooh, my dear Galeon, you have much to learn about the opinions of your people.
Well, if it makes you feel better,
Oh,
we have, we've told you what we've came across, and any caravan that does come back, we'll probably can expect something similar. Hopefully, we can stop the ambushes and we can start receiving full supplies from now on.
Indeed. Well, with the mercenary company seemingly defected, heavy losses dealt to the Dworkin, and his own mage going rogue and having issue with his Saishi, I suspect Finsuke Fuchs will be on the back foot for some time. I hope to bring him to the bargaining table. We need this resolved so that the flow of goods can resume cleanly to the Southern Valley, not just handed out for his own grandiose sense of heroics.
Are these guys aware that this stuff technically came from Tessin?
Yes.
Okay.
so they are okay.
Yes. I mean, we had originally only been distributing it under the Itoyo banner, but as part of my newly negotiated agreement to send another shipment with special protections, yourselves, it will be distributed with the symbol of the Tessin clan as well, so that people know that it came from our friends to the east.
I thought they didn't want that, right?
Well, it seems that they didn't want that previously, but things seem to have changed.
Mm.
Okay. Well, it seemed like it wasn't a well-kept secret in the first place somehow, which worries me a little bit.
Well, I mean, people knew that the goods were coming out of Tessin province, and the people carrying them didn't seem like merchants.
Or just, for getting the supplies to you. Just might need to come up with more discreet ways then.
Yeah, Parky nods and says, "We are working on a variety of methods, but I believe the blow you've dealt will loosen them up for other advances. Hopefully we can get the civil strife under our belts in 431, and Galeon can attend his first sun ceremony." Galeon's like, "Oh, but Parthki, I don't wanna. The priests are weird. Galeon, it is improper for you to speak so as a secular authority of the temple structures. Their traditions are honored in these lands." Oh, we can have this conversation later, Galeon, but you're going this year. Galeon pouts. Parthki says, "I have imposed greatly upon you, and you have suffered losses on your way here. I'm not blind to this. Tell me, is there anything I can do, person to person, to make it up to you?"
I personally think just giving us a room and helping our wounded is enough.
Yeah.
I agree. On the
Yeah.
contrary, we do not have all the time in the world, but is there anything that we could help with your efforts?
For the moment, well, come to think of it, I think there is a way that we can help each other. There are some members of the Aurora community in town who have become newly unemployed. They're looking for a company to join up with. You have a company of Aurora, eh? He wiggles his brows very severely.
We are low on people. They're willing to. They're
Yes,
willing
well,
to be recruited. Don't see why not.
indeed. They are come from a money up front sort of group, but they've been long enough without a contract that the money is starting to run dry, and they're starting to hire themselves out as individual guards to caravans and the like. At that point, people will normally get desperate and accept a looting and food sort of contract, which I'm assuming you operate on, no offense.
Huh? I see no problem with being in the new hands.
As long as they're okay with going to war next.
That's something we should be saying.
I mean, Lonnie didn't exactly say that out loud.
Yeah, alright, yeah. I mean, yeah, is there anything you want to say to Parthki? Because, yeah, fuck yeah, I was gonna hit the break right on the money and then they just kept talking. Whatever. I'm gonna drop the link. Thank you all for coming out. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:45. And Zion, you know quite a bit about elves, in fact. We'll be back soon. Trademark. God damn it, I'm not in game on this one. Anyway, yeah.
Well, it'll give us time to think if we want to ask any last minute stuff before we head off.
Yeah. How are you? How are you? Thank you for everyone who came out tonight, by the way. We really appreciate everybody. And if you would like to see a video about how I'm making the province of Cathadak, it didn't quite finish rendering before I had to cancel the render to come run this, but it will be up sometime tonight. And you will not be able to see it for a week unless you are a Patreon backer on the Diesel Shot Patreon, because that's an early access Patreon amongst other things, and naming the credits, different benefits, and get sort of posts about the behind the scenes making of. You get stat blocks for people like Bardiga and Eltima. Also, I think that my laptop's been disconnecting from chat, because I definitely didn't see the Dangers to Go Alone from Flesh Party. So if people are saying things and I'm missing them, I'm sorry. I'm going to work on a better solution to have my eyes on chat during streams. What's the name of this game? I actually can't remember. Hyrule. Okay, I'm explaining rules of going down. I'll see you guys in like a bit.
Casey, your camera's a little flashy.
Flashy.
Yeah, it's like blinking.
Huh?
It's like blinking. I don't know how else to describe it. Well, it was. It's not right now.
Okay, I was like, who's stripping here? You or me?
Is it like dropping frames because it's like not doing anything? Maybe.
You mean that one frame?
But
I don't know.
I'd be real concerned if it was somehow dropping frames.
It was blinking, I swear.
What's going on?
Insight check.
I was doing my tasks.
Oh no, Kai is pretty
Electrical.
sus. Come on, tell me your pathing. What task did you do?
I went up to comms, did the wires.
I think comms is down on like every map.
I knew it.
Oh,
Kai
except
was
for that one
sus.
map that's in the middle.
I'm voting Kai.
Is he dressed like a ninja?
It
Probably
blinked.
him.
It's
Oh, I see
blinking.
it. Oh my god, I saw it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
I
when
saw it on cams.
when are we doing Among Us?
I'll have to buy it first.
Same.
I would
Play
have
on
to
your phone.
as well. For that.
Yeah, you can play on your phone and just use Discord to chat.
Bigger screen.
Yeah, true.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. So now we arrived at the mukbang section, or time of the stream, where I eat, because I'm hungry.
Disrespectful. I'm not kidding.
Today's meal
It's
is
on the
pho.
menu. Jealous.
Yeah.
I see the steam on your screen. Good God.
Yeah, this is my pho. Wait, I'm just...
Oof, I'm 4 minutes over. My bad, guys.
That's okay.
It's
We do
okay.
that.
People can be entertained by Darren eating.
With that,
Mukbang stream, mukbang stream, mukbang stream. That's what I should do.
this homemade pho.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, pho's actually not that hard to make. It just takes time.
Nice.
Oh gosh, I remember my college claimed that they were gonna be doing doing pho. Like you could like choose like whatever you want to put in there and stuff. But the thing is though, they already messed up because they didn't even offer like rice noodles. They were all wheat noodles. I'm like, bruh.
Can't do that.
Pretty sure that's not pho.
That's pho. That's that FU pho. Finsuke is sitting down to some right now. I digress. we're here. Everyone's here. Everyone's ready to go, I assume. I mean, like, the scene right now is basically Parthki Vaja being like, what do you want? Like, what can I offer you? And then I guess you told him, like, hey, we need more people. And he's offering to hook you up with some Aurori mercenaries in the area who are looking for a job.
I have no problems with hiring more people.
Yep.
Based off my history, would I know about the Crystal Keep Vetrophars?
Yes, you would. You know that they exist. And you know that they, and with a history roll like that, you would know that they have a long-standing ancient dispute with the other Vetralfar. You're not quite sure what it's about, but it's very old.
I'm gonna ask, so if you don't mind, might I ask where you're from?
Does he mind?
Hello?
Oh, wait. Hold on. You're asking. Oh shit! I thought you were asking about Tyr, and I was like, what's the party gonna say? Okay, yeah, no. He says, well, a little below here, and some leagues to the west. And by some leagues, I mean about a peninsula's width. All things told, I've stayed pretty close to home for the average elf, especially my age. But,
Yeah, you don't look up there, we're 30.
Well, thank you. I'm actually pushing 300.
Wow, next one's a lot.
Yes, well, it happens. So, I could, call for, the people in charge, the person in charge of the what's left of the Aurori company, if it would be to your preference.
Oh my god, film. Yes.
Yes, we would very much like to meet them. Also, I was wondering if you had any contacts or any leads for acquiring special equipment of the magical kind.
Well, there might be a place somewhere in this city. A bit of an underground business, you understand. Nobody wants to advertise they have something so valuable for fear someone tries to steal it. They might have some things for sale. Now, as for good places to go to buy them, well, Antigoros, I suppose up north towards the Duchess's lands, as they spread like a plague across the circle. Anything in particular you're looking for? Narrow it down.
Nothing in particular. Just trying to get a good range of options.
Well, I do know that Ashbit has a night market where many things can be had. But I suspect it will be some time until you see the inside of that place.
Was that me?
But yeah, I mean, is there anything else that you guys want to ask or say or do, or can we just call in your boy?
No, I'm good.
I am good.
Right, he says, come now, Galeon. It's time to go and get fitted for your robes." And Galeon's like, "Aw, but I don't want to get fitted for my robes for the religious ceremony." And Parthki's like, "Come now." what would you say if Garyon were here? And Garyon's like, ooh, I wish Garyon were here. And he's like, yes, well, you know, he sent this shipment along with our good friends Rio and Akari. And he's like, ooh, that's so exciting. Tell me, have you met Garyon?
Yes, I'm very good friends with him.
Oh, he is the best of knights. He's always so honorable and brave and full of stories. It's been a while since I've seen him. Parthki says, I'm sure that will change soon enough. But for now, young lord, if you would. And he's like, oh, okay. And Hans quickly follows after him with like a tape measure. Yeah, it doesn't take long for someone to arrive. And a large reddish bugbear steps in, thudding the ground as he walks. Oh, he looks around and says, "You're in charge of the Aurori company in town," he says questioningly.
Yes.
But none of you are, well, are you Aurori? He kind of looks at you and looks you up and down, and he's like, you don't look like Aurori. Although they do look a little bit like goblins, he points at Lonnie and Tento. And he's like a bugbear if the hair all turned inside out and got hard. And, well, he looks at Kabancho and says, I'm gonna have to take a pass on you, and points at Zyod and says, ah, you must be a hobgoblin. You're wearing so many dinner plates. You could serve a feast.
You sure have a colorful imagination.
Oh, that's why people follow me. That, he pats his warhammer, and the fact that I bash people's brains in when they question my authority. So, he clapped his hands. You're in charge of this company that's rolled into town, and we're looking to get hired on. So, what say you we come together?
I say that's pretty agreeable. I'm pretty sure I speak for all of us when I say we would like to meet your rabble, check out your numbers, the attitude of the.
Oh, yes. They're not in the best of spirits at the moment, as it's been a while since we had a contract, but they are holding on all right. There's about 40 of them. Right now, we're held up in the old dwarf quarter.
Are you in the keep or?
No, the dwarf quarter. Like, do you see the burned out, roofless bit of town? You did, on the way in.
Okay.
Yes, we're squatting. We can't afford to pay anybody to keep us there. So, we're just sort of, among the dwarves. They don't mind too much.
We can, of course, pay for you guys, but does anyone in your company have any plans afterwards? Do you guys wish to stay in this area?
We have no love of Ava. No offense to those gathered, he says to Parthki and the Ritters, but it's not exactly good country to be looking to be paid in cold, hard silver these days.
Would you and your company be looking to maybe head back home?
Home? We have a few different homes. He leans in and says, which one do you mean?
Cathadak?
Cathadak. He rubs his chin and says, my father told me stories about Cathadak. Yes. I think we could be interested, but what job would take us to Cathadak?
That's something that we could talk after we meet with you and your companions.
Oh, interesting. Well, let's go then. And he, invites you to follow him. you guys can like freely come and go from Tausberg Keep. But yeah, I mean, is there any? I'm assuming that you've said your bit to the Lord. He's around if you want to say hi to him again. You pop over to the dwarf quarter. You find yourself.
Bring Bardica.
Yeah, you can bring Bardica.
At least Bardica.
I don't mind bringing Hakaru too. Man, he's fun.
Oh, that's not what I meant, but okay.
No,
Not
let's
who
bring
I
him
was trying to
too.
include, but
Wait, no, come back.
Yeah, so you guys see there's a lot of ruins around here.
I left for like 2 minutes. Is the party in shambles yet?
Mm-hmm.
No, so you guys come upon a ruin, a bit of a burned out bit of town, in the dwarf quarter, and in amongst the destroyed buildings, you find some 24 Aurorii, roasting rats and kips, and making merry on some barrel of alcohol. One of them seems to have found. And they all sort of like stand up and look around, and Bardic is like, "Oh well, looks like you guys have quite the squad here." Everybody sort of looks, and he's like, "Ah, what's that? A crow?" And then before anybody can say anything, he whips out his bow, goes transo mode, and shoots a green arrow that just pierces the bird. He kind of looks at them like, "Aha!" And then one of them just goes to retrieve the dead bird and says, "Dibs." Bardic kind of shrugs. He's like, "What? I'm a bow dancer." And then someone's like, "Yeah, and I have 3 testicles." And Bardic's like, "Oh, fuck yourself." And he turns to Kabancho. He's like, "I don't know if we want these guys. They don't seem very appreciative of talent." Albert laughs and says, "Oh, ho, ho. It's just that, we haven't been very impressed by sword dancers and the like in the past. No offense to bow dancers, but we had this guy with his Toktoa. Yeah, he was a real lightweight. He wound up leaving. Difference of opinion on account of we all thought he sucked and he seemed to disagree."
well, I'm sure you'll find many familiar faces, even from far lands. But Bardic, I think you should give these guys a chance. But
Everyone's like, "Oh," and he's like, "Ah, yeah, sure. We can give each other a chance." And everyone's like, "What? I don't know, what's going on here, boss?" And Albert's like, "So, everyone, this nice group of people here, they run that Aurori company that just rolled in." There's a sort of a murmur of, huh? Yeah. So, we're gonna be joining them. Huh? Yeah. Well, I mean, we are gonna be joining you, right? He says to Kabancho with a wink, nudge, nudge.
I'm gonna tell Bardica. It's okay, Bardica. I was impressed.
I kind of
appreciate it.
Bardica and saying like, I'm gonna trust you into gauging the how valuable these guys will be after you see them in a little bit of sparring action, maybe.
And
You okay with that?
he's like, "Yeah, come on, show me how you people fight." And they sort of like square up, and he's like, No, not me, each other." And they're like, "Well, why?" And he's like, "Because if you do, I'll take you back home to Cathadak." And they're like, "Well, why do we want to go to Cathadak?" And he's like, "Because we're gonna make it better." They're like, "Oh, okay." And then they start punching each other. And he's like,
I get that.
"As you can see, I've got a gift with words, Kabancho. Don't worry, I've got the situation under control." Somebody is presently trying to like cut someone else with a broken bottle. This is descended a bit of melee. He's like, "Oh, we've got a spirited bunch here. Oh, hold on, can I get a little of that?" And he comes over to the barrel where they're like drinking the hooch out of. And one of the goblins like comes. He's like, "Ah, it's fine." And the other hobgoblin comes in and gives him a right hook. And he's like, "Ah, fuck you!" And he starts to kick him. The scene has descended into a general melee, and Albert's like, "Ah, see, they fucking love to fight. I can barely keep them from fighting."
And with all this, like, do we get like a general sense of like, are these guys more than the willing, less than the willing?
They
I'm
are.
assuming they're all less than Bardica's bastards.
Okay, so here's what they are. they are of equivalent experience and equipment, generally speaking, to act as a replenishment. If you take these guys on board, the Willing goes back to being a D6 size unit. And Auber, under the current situation, would join as one of your lieutenants. That would be the current scenario. Yes, you are allowed to jump into the melee Tento and just, like, punch a goblin.
Yeah!
Not time to remember, no sickle.
Oh, why would I do that?
I don't know. You were I mean, you've changed.
Go on, Kambancho.
I mean, you've changed.
I'm gonna suck Barga in the face too.
Dang, go for Bardiga. Bar's like, come over here, you little shit, Tento. And he's like, trying to, like, just fucking kick you in the face.
I don't think anyone has an opposition, but I think these guys could be very useful for our cause. And hopefully they can make our cause their own cause.
And he was like, yeah, so about Cathadak to making it better. You really thinking of making a go against, you know, the old poisoner himself?
Well, we have already struck many blows against him.
And he's like, oh, you got some chutzpah, I'll give you that. He pats you on the shoulder and says, so when all this dies down, who you think is going to be in charge?
Have you really not heard about any
We
of
have
this stuff?
someone capable in mind.
Now, yeah, have I ever heard of him?
I think you've heard of her.
No. What's her name?
Let's
Her name is Koza Gadek, if that's what, but you might not want to say that, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on saying that quite yet, but
No, he's not, like, dumb, though. He's like, alright, someone I might have heard of. Alright.
man, Albert is the only one that I would even like hint on who it is.
Oh, yeah, you know, alright. An established Aurora, yeah. She's someone with some credentials. Yeah, alright, I mean, fuck it. The current guy's a piece of shit. Fuck Yeti Varkar. Yeah, I'll kill him for you. Yeah, sure. You can put something better in charge. Sure. And about payment, is this like a monthly payout kind of organization, a weekly payout, you take what you kill and we feed you kind of payout?
Hold your own, you'll be fed.
Mm-hmm.
And
And looting rights. Yeah?
looting rights will be distribution based on your leading captain.
He's like, fair enough. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. We're hunting rats to sustain ourselves in a burned out slum. So, yeah, that sounds good to me. Alright, boys. Cathadak bound. Yes, you can attempt to judo throw a goblin or only a strength. Or dexterity. I don't know how much martial arts Tento knows.
Do you even have the strength to pick one up?
I mean, if you're using their body and their energy to throw them, possible. But yeah.
Damn, that's not even that good.
The goblin collapses on top of Tento. Both of them sort
Yeah.
of squirm for a bit. And I was like, alright, boys. We're joining up. And it was like, night has begun to fall over the town.
Also, Loki, how are you gonna pay these guys? Because we got the coin, but technically it's not
Right
here.
now, being fed sounds like it's good enough for them. And you know, as we go on, we'll obviously get better about. We'll also get more resources, so I'm sure we'll find a way.
So yeah, you guys want to gain Auber as lieutenant and heal the Willing 2 and set its maximum back to 6?
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right, you guys spend the night in the barracks. It's pretty nice, very empty compared to its size. I get the feeling it's been that way for a little while. I go and check the field of glory to see what your unit should be at, and then copy paste them over. And yeah, Auber seems to fall in nicely with the group. The willing is back up to a 4, and they and you don't have the wagon train anymore. Actually, well, so like you've turned over the goods. I think you do turn over the wagon train, actually.
Probably.
Yeah, so the wagon train.
Not my wagon though. My wagon.
Your wagon stays. The wagon train's turned over. The one goes up in Attic 1. Bars goes up in Attic 1. You guys can roll the morale for Barga's Bastards and the Willing, if you'd like. It will be at advantage because you're having a good time.
Got for advantage. That's for Barga's Bastards, by the way. That's my 3rd at one today. So
Amazing. Yeah, so Barga's Bastards goes up to 3 or 4. And Morelos, you want to pop it for the Willing?
I thought the willing is going up to 6.
It went up to 4. So it's okay, its maximum size is 6 again.
Oh.
It went up, it healed up to 4, and then it got an automatic 1. And so you're going to make the morale save to see if it goes up to a full 6 at the end of the night.
Go, dude, go.
Got this.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
What am I rolling?
Just
Double D20 again?
Yeah, double D20. Double D20. With an 8, the plus 2 will be 10. That's enough. The Willing and... yeah, the Willing is full, and Barga's Bastards are at 3 or 4. And you guys have more troops than you entered Ava with now. People are in pretty good order, and it seems like the situation has improved somewhat. But yeah.
that's good to know we're not like in Schitt's Creek anymore.
You guys are, you know, the next day comes and you're in Tausberg, and you are free to move as you like across the terrain. I'm gonna change your name to Singular Wagon. But yeah, I will say, you know that you need to reach like the northeastern corner of the map.
Onwards.
Well, we are on a timeline for that, but there were many people that wanted to take some detours after we were finished with this. How do people feel about those now?
I say we need to rush to the war.
What was one of the detours that was around here again?
Most of them were back south, but there was the
yeah,
X marks the spot stuff.
The Raiment of the Last Light is all the way down here. The tower, you know, is somewhere to the west. The Wizard's Tower is somewhere far to the west in this province.
I kind of want to go get the Raymond's of the Last Light.
We could probably come back through here after the war.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bonnie?
Time crunch, so because we already asked about the treasure hunt and everything, so I say we just press forward. Unless new information somehow came up.
Sure. Do you all right, so can I have like survival will be helpful again, perception, land vehicle proficiency, just to like, you know, to the paces you guys roll out.
Not bad.
All right.
What is my
And if anybody
role
wants, if somebody wants to be March setter with performance,
Performance.
Are we trying to be stealthy at all? Like even
We gotta-
remotely?
We got a rabble of Irori,
I was gonna say we have an
especially new ones
army.
that are less refined than the ones that. I mean, that's not like we had refined Irori people anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say less refined. I was like, a rowdy bunch of college
I'd
kids.
love to
with
look
us.
at Bardica.
oh shit! Casey lays down a godly fucking beat. The avant jazz stops. Everything just sort of, you know, slows. Cherry blossom leaves you did not previously see just sort of like float by on the air. And
Lolly's just like actually just simultaneously casting Druidcraft as she's playing. Oh, of course you have submission music already.
They didn't have to when I was doing my music.
I'm sorry, but
I don't
yeah.
know, Ocarina of Beatboxing is a little harder to have out of the blue, you know?
Yeah.
That's true.
All right. And if anybody wants to, they could roll me a survival to help with ascending the cliff face from New Bridgetown to Old Bridgetown, where the ruins are a bit in the way. That's 1, 2, 3.
You got this, Morelos. Survive us to victory.
Holy shit! This is the first time I think anybody's ever beat the DC of 25 to get the extra 2 hexes of movement in a day from March Setter.
Wait, the DC's 25?
I
I think it was lower
We
in
did
when we
it.
first started it.
hitting a 15 gets you an extra hex.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, I beat the DC at some point, but yeah, not the 20. I didn't see the 25 one.
But yeah, David, want
David.
to give us that survival?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, Renlos guides the group up as you scale very well. You guys do not consume meat this night, as Morelos manages to scavenge some cave scallops, and you eat shellfishly tonight. 1, 2, 3, and do you guys want to break from the road at around here and start going northeast? You do see a mountain in the distance, a lonely mountain. 1, 2, 3, 1. Like, do you want me to just like auto path you towards your destination?
Yeah.
Right, 1, 2, 3.
Currently, we're
One,
very limited sight, so it's just gonna be like,
1, 2.
oh, we take one step. Oh, we take one step.
Yeah, you guys are approaching the edge of where. Yeah, you guys are. It's like getting nighttime. You're looking for a good place to sleep. Zion, roll me a perception.
Sure, you don't want me to do that?
Zion, you see a bit of ruddy dirt, which sort of seems more red than not, but upon closer inspection, it might even be metal, although you'd probably need to approach to tell the difference.
I approach.
Alright. Yeah, let me... There's some people around at the time, because, you just, like, rolled up with your cart and everything. Yeah.
Nice low plains.
Nice little planes. What could go wrong here? Yeah. Albert is talking with Small Bear, like, yeah, so then I crumped him. Oh, yeah? And then I bashed him in the head. Oh, yeah? And then I broke his knees. Oh, yeah? Yeah, and then I tickled his elbow. What? It's disgusting. You fiend. This conversation is over.
I could imagine this actually. This seems very in character.
Yeah, so yeah, you
Feel like
guys...
Dak Tech's in there somewhere too.
Yeah, Dak Tag's in the back of the pack. You guys can be wherever you'd like, but Zion,
On the cart. Where I should be.
Yeah, you can't help but notice what appears to be a hunk of iron naturally occurring. It does seem to be strange for its placement and so shallow. Not like an ore vein. You could roll me investigate to get closer. Tento rolls up to here.
Would I get the advantage from my item?
Yes. Wait, which item?
Eyes of minute seeing.
Yes.
Okay.
So you see that this is actually seems to be right above the head of a mechanical spider of some sort.
What the? Is it like active?
It seems to be inert for the moment. You also notice, however, that in amongst the grasses there are several iron men laying here. They appear to be made of a reddish sort of iron.
Oh, the things I heard about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna see if I
Sound?
can. Yes.
What are you looking at?
Just a weird-looking spider.
No,
Not
Concho
an
doesn't
anorak
look that weird.
Not Circa Bancho.
Oh. Okay,
Yeah.
well,
Guys
another
are-
bird spider. That's what we need.
Yes. I'm gonna try to pull it out of the ground.
Okay.
I will cheer you
You
on.
grab it, you pick it up. Give me a strength check.
Oops, that's not advantage. My bad.
You yoink it, and yeah, the iron spider sort of spurs to life and begins to emit a bit of a smoke screen.
Is it supposed to do that?
It sputters and smokes all over you. It moves as if though a creature possessed. And you hear a grinding coming from the iron men
On guard.
scattered around as everyone rolls initiative.
What?
Hell yeah.
Tento, what did you do?
I didn't do it this time.
I don't know. You were
Simon,
standing
are
right
they-
there.
Are they supposed to do that, Scion?
Yes.
My God, my
Are you sure?
roll.
No.
Oh. Nope. Come on, Dick.
And you guys can be like 30 feet closer to this if you guys would have moved up when Zion pulled something weird out of the ground.
You're still faster than the other spider. You're still the better spider here, Poncho.
That doesn't make me feel that much better, unfortunately.
I mean, someone rolled a 0.
Oh, damn.
I don't think you get. I don't think you could get any better than that, or any worse, I should say.
All right, so Zion, is your turn, and the effects of smoke screen are presently active around you, the Iron Spider, and Tento.
Can I attempt to deactivate whatever it's doing?
Yeah, you want to like just jam its like smoke holes shut,
Yeah.
Smoke hole.
or do you want to try and examine it and find like what's generating it and like mess with the
Yeah.
mechanism?
I would like to examine and
Give me a Tinker's toolkit proficiency to combat reassign this Iron Spider here real quick. You are holding it aloft, so you're grappling it.
yes.
Mm.
Oh god.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's squirming around a little and there's smoky, so hard to get a good read.
Okay. This is a bonus action. Shield of Faith.
All right, Shield of Faith goes up. So shield icon. Shield icon. Okay, boom. That's your turn.
Yep.
Tento, it's your turn. These Iron
Is
Men
it-
are starting to stand up around you.
Is this spider still ticking?
Yeah, it's still
Mhm.
ticking and kicking.
I'm gonna stab the spider.
All right. Well, it's being grappled, so you have advantage on it. Although it is, you know, you are like blindly stabbing into smoke, so hopefully you don't hit your friend holding it. Oh,
how
the
far
Cimmerian
did you
sickle
break this
finds its mark. It's like as depicted on the token. This just a 5-foot radius from itself. Okay, that is 7 slashing damage.
Sneak attack.
Yeah, it just takes a little bit. Oh gosh. What is that, like, how many ones is that today?
Yeah, it seems like it would be resistant if it weren't for the fact that you're using a magical weapon.
Nice.
You hack at it and you fuck up one of its legs. It like bends back and goes trying to strain its way out. Anything else for your turn?
I'm gonna stab my offhand.
The slish and the slash. Hit. Give me that damage. Now here's the thing: the Geist Ausalid isn't magic.
Magical, yeah.
Well, it's actually not silver. It is
Acts like
That's
silver.
okay.
It acts like silver, right? Or something like. I remember.
Yeah, but I was wondering if it also had. It acts like mithril. So yeah, I don't think it acts like
Oh.
adamantium because fucking I know that it's costs army of Sorjo Glazengrow Shokage. Changing no strength card increases the max dex bonus by 1. Yeah, silvered for vulnerability purposes. Okay, they don't give a fuck about silvered. So that is resisted damage. You would have destroyed it, but instead you tink off at the vital point. Alright, that's your main, that's your side. You want to do anything else?
I'm gonna get. Behind Zion.
Alright.
Because these big middlemans are getting up, and he's a bigger target than I am.
Alright, so the Iron Man uses half of its movement to stand up and chink chink ejects arm blades. It then proceeds to walk 5, 10, 15, and is going to attack, I believe twice. No, once. It's going to try and stab Zion. A 17 will not be hitting you this day, and it does not have advantage, because I don't think you can flank off of something being held, even if you could, not right position. This Iron Man stands up, walks down here, and something like opens up in its arm over his shoulder, and with a thunk, a shoulder javelin launches out at you, missing narrowly.
So when do we gain one of those installed onto Marenbos?
This Iron Man
He doesn't
stands
need.
up. 5,
Yeah, I don't need that to be
10,
installed. We can install on Zion
15,
if he
Girls
doesn't already have it.
got some cannons, you know what I'm saying?
So
Bro,
is that
I
can't
thought
move
halfling instead of javelin.
Alright, that was a disadvantaged
fine with
attack
that.
on Zion because it was firing into the mist, so that also misses. And it is Lonnie's turn. Lonnie, wow. These metal men do not seem nearly as friendly as Zion.
Do they seem as sentient as Zion?
Well, they certainly know how to try and kill people, which is what they're trying to do to your friends. Draw from that what you will.
Do you have talk to machines?
So wait, what exactly is going on with that? Actually, you know what? I can barely even see the spider, honestly. Sure. Let's
Let's store at the point.
Where are my spells? Sure. Let's do a guiding bolt at one of. Well. Alright. Well, Lonnie's gonna try to speak to one in Kehoe. First, just to see if it responds and asks it that we don't want and says we don't want to hurt you.
It makes no sign of recognizing what you have said.
Okay, I'm just gonna assume that they're machines then.
Now, are
and
you making a
Zion is over
you're
here
making a
going off.
magical attack against them?
That I believe Guiding Bolt would count as a magical attack.
You feel
yeah.
as if though the magical static around them courses, and you see this Kabancho with your eyes as the area around them lights up. They seem magically grounded, and you gain advantage on this attack against them. Although you feel the same property might
Oh.
complicate other spells.
Okay. That's a thing then. Let's do just first level.
All right, who's your target?
The one right by Zion.
Okay,
Would
so that's
probably be the
disadvantage from the
target.
smoke, advantage from that, comes out to your single roll of 25. Hits, do damage. Okay.
Damn. That's
Yeah, you
Oh,
blast
now
it
I roll
hard.
well on the bolt.
It like part of its chassis has been exposed, it goes and although it is smoky Zion, you can kind of see some of the clinking inner workings, the twisting cogs, the rotating cylinders, the powered coils. Fascinating stuff. You really want to see what makes them tick. Lonnie, anything else?
Just shillelagh bonus action.
Lumi thinks to you, they reek of blood. Blood and terror.
Oh.
And fear. And Lumi begins to try and back away. Do you try and like get her calm? It would be an animal handling. Basically, if you don't, she will have to roll wisdom
no, I'm
against
just
becoming
like
frightened.
seeing how far away they are. I'll let her back away a little bit.
Alright, she's just done about 10 feet, and she's just thinking in your brain, like, there's something wrong here. But yeah, anything else in your turn? I think you still have a bonus.
Nope, that's it. No,
Alright.
I used bonus action to do
Alright.
shillelagh.
Morenlos, it is your turn. There's some weird-ass metal men clonking around and trying to stab you boys.
Indeed. I'm going to roll up. No, wrong one. Behind this bad boy and swing swang.
Alright, will you rage beforehand?
Absolutely.
Choo choo.
The green flame overtakes the I'm assuming the Geist Masakari as you give it the swang, and you have advantage because you're flanking.
Oh, right. That's why I went that way. I did that on purpose.
Alright,
course
wow,
Look at
holy shit,
that.
give us that attack.
Wow, is it dead?
Well,
Wait, does it explode?
take some 19. And
Why would you say something like that, Aaron?
8. Yeah,
Does that
so
feel like it's something we would
the
do.
axe. Things in this game do sometimes have death burst, but today is not that day. As it falls, and you see some of the gears you were interested in burst from its chest as Morelos crumples what would be its spinal column and tears at the neck on the way down, goring the thing and spattering bits of spurring sprockets strewn across the Stround.
My lord, I would like to, have these in one piece
Good hit.
to study.
Oh.
Bancho, it is your turn.
Oh, no, I get another attack.
Oh shit! Yes, you do. Yes, you
Crush the
do.
spider.
Yeah. You wanna like, you have like 40 feet, so you can step in 5 feet and like fuck up that guy.
Jesus, he has 40 feet.
I think barbarian, right?
Yeah,
That is correct.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I think it was 25 to here, right? So can I go to the one to the left?
It,
of
it,
me
it was
instead?
35.
35? Okay, I really misread it. Yeah, I'll just...
You attack with
Um,
advantage because it's being held.
Just don't obliterate this
I'm
one.
gonna- yeah, I'm not gonna kill, like, super crush.
Oh yeah,
this one.
you're
I guess I'll
basically you're choosing to do non-lethal damage. Basically, you're trying to bonk it off. You're trying to hit its off
Ooh.
switch.
Yeah, I'll hit it with my claws instead.
Oh shit! Yeah. All right, that is.
Or I guess can I do that without? I guess I would have to drop my weapon, wouldn't I?
I
I mean, either way, it's probably going to die. But
yeah, it hit the damage. I would say you can like elbow it or whatever.
oh,
Elbow
shit,
drop.
hit it with my
Yeah,
shield.
yeah, that's
Oh,
like it's resistant, but it's still enough to put him down. It stops moving quite as much. Kibancho, it is your turn.
Alright. Fonzo doesn't really know what's going on, but people are fighting, and Iron Man Mark 3, 4, and 5 are not looking friendly, so Yeah, I'll
But
just
you don't
blast
know
one of
that.
them. What?
You don't know if they're friendly or not.
I don't know. They don't look friendly, but the one to the very right.
So the one on initiative
Yes,
0, I will
that's
note,
what-
is prone, and you'll have disadvantage on a ranged attack against him in the grass.
If it's prone, then can I target a standing one?
Yeah. Either one of these two is standing, and we'll suffer no penalties against them.
Alright, the one in the actually the one on the far left.
Far left. All
That's
right,
the
pop.
case.
All right, light it up. Light it up. See those attacks.
Actually, can I even cast Hex at this range? This is
Your
not
present range is 75 feet from that Iron Man.
Ah, Hex is 90 feet. I'm gonna cast Hex first.
Hexed him up. You are, dare
And
say,
I don't
dare I
think
say.
it's gonna matter, but the strength checks
Sure.
and Eldritch Blast and advantage because magical grounded.
Yes,
What does
You.
that's a hit.
Pew.
That's a hit. Give us those damages.
Pew, pew. And pew pew. I don't know if necrotic damage does anything to them, but
I don't see that listed under their resistances or immunities. So yes, you feel like it's wearing away at this thing's very essence, this soul. That shouldn't be the case for something that's just a craftwork of metal, but it's killing it somehow, wasting at something inside of it. The red splendor of its metal sheen glows a little less fully. Tenta, you can't help but notice as you look between them and your sickle something sickeningly similar. So yeah, is that your turn, Pancho?
alright, I'm happy with my 19 damage. That'll be my turn. I don't move any
All right,
closer.
the Iron Spider is bonked off. This Iron Spider
Iron
rises to its feet. Walks here, and its central eye like pulls back, and you see little grates around it, and bits of it retract in, and something begins to emanate out. Something bad. Morelos, Tento, Zion. Give me a con save.
I'm immune to poison.
Are you immune to the poisoned condition?
Jesus Christ.
I'll assume you are.
Oh wait,
just-
no.
I think you're immune to disease and
Yeah, I'm resistant to poison, so I have advantage on the saving throws against poison.
Alright.
Alright.
Do I
advantage?
see this coming or not?
well, it's not a dex save; it's a con save.
Oh, cons. I'm sorry.
It's like that.
And that's 11
Zion,
damage,
you shrug it off.
Yeah.
The DC is 14, so Morelos hits it. No, you don't take that damage right now. Important point.
Oh, okay.
When you first
You're
get hit,
poisoned.
when you first get hit by Soul Stain, you don't take that damage. It's if you get hit by Soul Stain again after you've already failed the save. Bear in mind, being poisoned will give you disadvantage on saves.
yeah.
So now that this Iron Man has popped it, if another one pops theirs, it's more likely that they will be able to do that. But yeah, they walked up, they did that, that's their turn. Zion, it is your turn. It seems like these things are exuding some terrible necrotic force, some wasting evil that strikes the soul. Fascinating.
This
Interesting.
seems awfully familiar.
Interesting, but I need you to stop that.
Fascinating, but I need you to
Not
stop.
that. Not advantage.
Alright, yeah, you hit.
I mean, shuriken it.
You rocket socks. It goes, oh.
Ooh, that doesn't hurt.
Mhm. Now, Zion, can you roll me an intimidation?
Intimidation. Alright.
I believe in you.
Hmm.
Oh, I think we believe in you just a little bit less now.
The Iron Man eye flickers, and you should have goes at you. Anything else in your turn?
What did he say, Zion?
You said "sir" while you're trying to intimidate them, and I don't think that.
Sir?
I'm just gonna bonus action 10 HP.
Alright. Put it in your green bar. S'il vous plaît. But Tento, what is your turn, Toe?
Tento is gonna move Toe over here, Toe. Behind the Iron Man. I'm
Oh,
gonna
is
stab
it?
him.
Yeah, hold on. Let me help. Yeah, okay. I have to put in the maximum as the DM. I'll do that. Boom.
Oh.
Alright, you're in a flanking position on him, Tento. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Wait.
Ooh.
Damn it!
Yeah, it just the circle slides around it.
Oh, actually, you know what? I didn't even have advantage because of... No, never mind.
You think?
Sorry.
No, you're flanking. Oh,
Yeah,
because you're poisoned, so you have disadvantage, so it just evens out.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
you're like,
Oh.
it's staining your soul, man. So, however, that is the end of your turn. You become unpoisoned then.
Oh, wait, I want to stab my offhand.
Alright.
Ugh.
Do that just even because of the flanking?
It never likes the
Hit.
offhand.
Give me the damage. It tanks for 1 damage. You don't manage to cut quite as well as you would if that was a meaty joint. That's your turn.
Yes, it is.
Although, wait a minute. Don't you trigger sneak attack damage?
Yeah, Zion is adjacent.
Oh, because
Yeah, it just
I'm
you
still not used to
only
hitting.
do it once a turn, but because your main attack didn't hit, it didn't trigger it, and so you can still
Yeah.
trigger it.
I'm not used to... Okay.
Oh shit!
Nice.
Now sneak attack is of the same type as the main attack, right?
Yes.
All right, so it's still resistant to it, but you do manage to take a meaty chunk out of it. As you wind up peeling back at some of the metal, it's pulling off a fucking flake of it.
Ooh.
This dude is bonkered out. This one is going to come up and try to stab Morenlos with its arm blade.
Can you face me towards him?
Yes. Let me just do a real quick. My roll 20 is lagging, or I would have done it by now.
I don't know how to. Can I do that? I don't know if I can.
Can players?
We can't do that.
Yeah, no. It's
How do I do?
they only let DMs do it for some reason.
It's DM privilege.
Look at me.
Control where we
alright.
face.
Yeah, he
When you
fails terribly and
miss your
stabs the
attack.
dirt next to you instead. This Iron Man is going to step behind Tento because, you know, 2 can play at that game, and attack you with advantage. His arm blade finds the dead of your back and cuts deep and up, arcing through your shoulder blades. Oh, you're going to have a herniated disc after this, Tento. That's 5 slashing coming in. That's that Iron Man's turn. It is Lonnie's turn.
I think I can still hit Guiding Bolt, so because I'm pretty sure it's 120 and I should not be that far away yet. Okay, I guess I'll hit the one behind Tento. Right? You guys have multi-attack. Yeah, I'm just gonna aim for the one behind Tento then. Character sheet, come
Alright,
back.
put advantage on that magical attack.
Still that first level.
Alright. The magic number is 16.
I'm so not used to like finding attacks on here. I always forget where they are.
Yeah. Oh, that's a clean hit. With 1 to
Yeah.
spare. Give me that damage.
First level, I said 16.
Bam!
again.
Yeah, and you
Nothing
radiant
is
strike.
consistent.
Yeah. The bolt just like knocks its head and its eye goes shaking, echoing different colors strangely at you, Tento, after it's been hit hard there.
You can roll again too. You have advantage, right? For magic.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can just check if you
I
get
guess
the crit.
in case I get a
Maybe for the
crit.
crit.
Yeah.
You gotta believe like Tento.
Honestly, you can just
No,
roll.
no.
You can just roll a
There you
d20
go.
if you want. And you know.
There it is.
Yeah.
You're close.
That's,
No, that was actually a roll of 16. So you just have
yeah, I
one
was like,
bonus to it.
it's like,
That close.
Nah, alright,
how do you
so-
define close?
Alright, so Lonnie, that'll be your
It's
turn.
more than the other roll.
Alright.
But yeah,
I will say, yeah, Lumi thinks in your head, they smell of blood and fear and dead men waking, screaming for release.
So don't kill them or kill them faster.
They're trapped on this mortal coil, Lani.
Kill them faster. Okay.
Alright, your turn?
Have I guess like based on that, do I know anything about like can you trap a soul within something else? Like I haven't heard
roll
anything
me an
about
Arcana.
You
You haven't.
know what I'm carrying around with me, right?
I mean, like, you know that like
What kind of-
enchanted weapons sometimes carry the souls of the dead.
Have you been playing Kentucky Poncho?
But you never heard of it working like this. Although I mean, you suppose something keeps Zion going. You don't really know. I mean, you can give me an Arcana to have an
Yeah.
idea, but yeah,
I think the
you,
real test is if they crit, do they start glowing more red? I think that's the real test.
that's the test. All right, so that's your pop, Lanny, right?
I don't think I've actually seen Tento's like sickle enough to
Yes.
care.
Alright.
I just know that he has a sickle and it's like, oh, he does weird shit with
All right,
it.
so
Okay.
we're popping on to Morelos, right?
I don't like it.
Okay.
Zion did tell you that there is a soul inside the core. And that's how he's technically alive.
Yeah.
That is true.
Or it. Goddamn.
Yeah, but I also it seems like they are different than you somehow. So
True.
I mean, they're not trying to kill us. That's one thing.
I'd be afraid if Zion was trying to kill us. He hits hard and consistently. Yeah, but yeah, that's all I can do. I don't have bonus actions I can do.
All right, Morelos, it's your turn. You're facing down against a foe. The smoke clears from behind you. There's a cinematic swoop of the camera, and the grass rustles in the wind.
Cinematic swoop of the camera.
Oh yeah. 7, 8. You damn near lop its head on, but it stays on, connected to a bit of strong metal. Lean over. It shudders towards you, trying to end you. But yeah, that's your first attack.
Finish him.
The second one
Nope.
bounces.
I'm gonna move.
Oh shit. Alright, you step away.
Yeah.
It uses his reaction to try and arm blade you. It doesn't hit. Tink.
Can I riposte it?
Yes, you can. As your reaction, you can
Then
riposte
my
it.
track
Tried
card.
doing. That's what he can-
Shit.
Oh god, yeah. You're like, you go for it, and you just like get like a flashback to the ritual Vongu like pecking at your head, and it hurt a lot. And that sense memory just interrupts the attempt at the riposte. You're
The
back
rest of
over
everyone
with
would
it.
be very disappointed.
All right,
Such a well-laid trap.
Yeah, it was.
all right. So that's your turn, I believe. And
Yeah.
Kibancho.
Alright. Eldritch Blast, another volley. First one at the target attacks on the left again.
That
14.
misses.
Damn.
Target 16.
I'm gonna use a reaction to use Twist of Fate.
Oh, that's a hit. Give us the
Hey.
damage as the bolt
Nice.
that would have gone astray sort of suddenly twists as if they were affected by the wind. Although normally yours don't stray off the wind. Give us that damage. Oh yeah, you blow that thing's core out the far side and staggers back destroyed. Bits of metal are
We're
just
doing all these,
strewn
right?
all around.
Oh, I think Zion also said he wants them in one piece.
Oh.
He blew up its. I mean,
Yeah, it does want
in-
some.
not
It was,
sample.
it was a clean shot 3, you know. It's mostly in one
Yeah,
piece.
in and out. Yeah, so Kibancho, his bits falling out.
And then bonus action move the hex
Mhm.
onto the one that's to the far right.
Okay.
And then second Eldritch Blast.
all right,
Are you okay with me moving my hex between Eldritch Blast, or do you want me to do it afterwards?
Sure. I mean, I'll think about it, but tonight I will accept it. Yes.
Okay.
I don't think I have a problem with it. I'll think
Second
about it.
one to the one to the right.
That's a hit. Clean hit. And hex damage. wastes it away as Kabancho hits its arm, and then you see the redness dull from it and the metal twist and decay as if though rusting on the spot. Kabancho, that's your attack? No, that's your turn?
Yeah, and then that's enough times of that hit. I'll just pass like, guys, these guys seem to react really to necrotic damage. I don't know if any of you have that, but try that.
This Iron Man, we're gonna see if he recharges. He doesn't.
Only
He
sometimes.
is going to swing on Zion. He doesn't hit.
Thank goodness it wasn't an advantage.
Zion, it's your turn. Yeah, thank goodness it wasn't an advantage. That would have been a bad day.
He
Zion.
would have started glowing.
Yes. Please, sir, just stop moving.
Alright. Okay.
Sir, please.
Yeah, give me the damage. Now give me a persuasion.
Oh, oh God.
Sir, please.
Please.
Please, let's just talk like civilized robots.
Its eye again bleeps with a brr.
But it's funny because you try to persuade it, and it's like you're more intimidating because you failed it so bad. But when you intimidated it, it was more of a persuasion because you failed it so bad. It's like your circuits are backwards.
Yep, yep.
Do you have a second attack?
Yes, indeed I do.
Alright. Punch that. Fine. Alright, yeah, you rock its body, goes its metal chassis shakes all around. You're hoping to preserve it, but the many fine bits inside have been jostled hard. It seems well put together, though. It's lasted a very long time, you must imagine. That's your attack?
Yep, that's my turn.
Alright, Tento.
I'm a stab at it.
Alright. Fucking yeah, it is with that fucking damage.
Can I get right here? No. Okay, that's fine.
Alright, unleash your sneak attack on it. You tear through its legs and it topples over, smacking to the ground. That's your turn?
Now, did we say I could offhand another target or no?
Yeah, I think you just have to have triggered attack on the turn, and that lets you offhand. So you swish around. You have one either hand. You sling through this Iron Man's front, and then the Geisthouse lead. You swing back around, and he catches it on his arm blade. His single eye looking down at you menacingly. But I believe it has been guiding bolted. So does that give him advantage?
If it is the next attack, which I don't think anyone else has attacked it.
I've attacked it, so.
But have you?
Oh.
Does it count even if it okay, yeah. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it is just the next attack.
Alright, so Tento does not go through. It's an Iron Man's turn. That Iron Man is dead. It's this Iron Man's turn. This Iron Man is going to just try an Arm Blade. Tento failing to hit. Lonnie, it's your turn.
Thank God.
Lonnie's gonna look to Zion and like, does it seem like it has any reservations about killing off this last one? Because it seemed like it was trying to talk to them.
No.
Okay.
It just wants to study him.
I don't even think Lonnie knows that.
Can you hear
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do nothing. I don't want to waste a spell slot for this. Moranlos has got it.
Alright, Moranlos. This Iron Man is...
the pressure.
Iron Man squared up a Tento. Like, it's like stabbing where somebody's heart would be, but like a human-sized heart. So like, he's just like stabbing the air over Tento's head as Tento like tries to whack at it with the Geisthouse lead. It's not great. It's more like slapping it with the side of his silvery-looking scimitar. You come up behind. It's totally engaged. It doesn't see you coming.
Oh, big whip.
And you bonk. Give us that damage. Yeah, 9-4. 9-5.
Remember, don't destroy it.
Yeah, it's down. Boom. And with that, you guys have cleaned the clock on all of these foes.
Isn't it nice when you have like a nice chill battle and like no one needed healing?
Yeah,
Not
the
important anyway.
powerful rage and relentless size. Yeah, all this stuff is fucked up, broken a bit. There are some good specimens though in Zion. These are a lot of samples if you want to like haul up the
Yes.
corpses.
Can I shove them into the bag of holding? Do they fit?
Not unless you like solder them apart. I mean, not solder, but like.
Oh, can I help?
Yeah.
I want to
Can
help.
Lonnie's gonna look at one of them before they shove it or dissect it or whatever.
No,
Yeah,
I got
if
some
they don't
stools.
fit,
Anybody who
If they don't
inspects
fit.
them can roll Arcana. Yeah, if they don't fit.
I will put them on the cart with Sir Cabancho's permission.
Did you say another Arcana?
Yeah, another Arcana. All right, yeah. So you go to the caravan screen, and I.
Oops, that's not advantage. My
Oh,
bad.
I just needed to fix my eyes. That's what it was.
Oh yeah, you can put it on the cart. Do you want me to bring the cart to you?
Yeah, I think we have a whole extra cart.
Yeah,
right
you
now.
roll up the RoboCorpse cart.
I'm
And,
gonna
Zi-
go
Yeah,
to
Robo
pull
Corpse
that.
card.
and Zion, you have advantage on that.
No, I don't think so. No.
Actually, I'm gonna say that you would gain advantage on this from your looking eye thingy.
Okay.
Yeah, so you managed to gaze close inside them. You see, like, at first, there's nothing that indicates that it could store a soul or potential or anything like that. But then you start to really examine this metal that it's made out of. And the carvings in it. The runes that look less like names and words and invocations and more like math. And you see a series of brutal proofs, truths borne out through the iron flesh of these beings. And this red iron is a peculiar substance. It seems to have its own inherent magical potential. You believe that it could, due to its magical grounding, cut through certain defenses. And if you were to smelt some of these guys down to make weapons, it could serve certain purposes.
Nice, nice. I'm gonna go
Yes.
pick up the core that Cabancho shot out.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You pick it up. The things in the middle still seem like, like player piano cores, little twisting things. Nothing you see that would store a soul traditionally. Strange. These things aren't built like you.
Can I pull up my sickle? Hey, y'all still alive in there?
Indeed. Zion will be able to perform more checks over the coming days.
Can the spider fit in the bag of holding?
I would hope so.
No, I don't think I can fit in your bag.
How wide can you hold that bag open? Maybe if you peel its legs in just such a way and like cram its body. That's gonna be that's gonna be a sleight of hand test to get that in the bag.
If you
Can
want,
I
I
offer
can take it
advantage?
apart.
Can I offer advantage being, a similar centaur spider
Yeah,
body
like
type?
oh, I know how to bend the leg like that. Yeah.
Yeah, no. If you bend this like this degree, this one it's really weird. But if you actually twist this leg and bend it the other way, yeah, you'll this will fit. Yeah.
Does Cabancho get like phantom pains? Seeing the legs twist that way.
Tento, so I'm assuming that Zion's holding the bag, and Tento's giving me a sleight of hand with advantage just to cram it in.
Okay.
Also, do I see where like the blood smell is coming from, or anything? Like, what did I learn? Or did I miss that?
You look at what you originally took to be like, like rust
Did I do
or
it?
something coming off of it, and it looks like a smattering of what could be dried blood has come off of the ones that you guys were shooting up. And
Does it
yes, you
se-
succeed.
Did it seem like some? Oh, actually, I don't know if I would know anything about necromancy or anything, but like, did it seem like it would be something like that, or is this like?
It's not
completely
hitting
different?
you like an undead would.
Does it seem like
Yes, sir.
Tento's scythe-ish?
My sickle?
Yeah, like
it's good.
rust-looking blood, or blood-looking rust. There we go.
Yeah, it's a weird conundrum. You're not quite sure if they have a relationship, but they do look similar. You'll have to perform more research.
Indeed, indeed. Into the cart they go.
Everything
You
is loaded
carry a
up.
robotic corpse. I'm pretty sure the only people who could carry that those Merlos and Zion.
Zion, were these things like you?
Not entirely.
Can I pick
They
up this
do
ore?
have parts and
Uh,
legs and stuff.
Kento, you find this ore is the tip of a larger rocky body in the earth. If you had a pickaxe, you could perhaps gather from it.
But they don't seem to have a soul like me.
Do you know why they have blood though?
I do not. It will require more research.
Yeah, Morenlos, Zion, as you're handling them, you like one of the tubes like seems partially ruptured, and you see it's leaking a red substance that rather does appear to be blood pumping through these machines. Yeah, Morenlos, you want to claw at some a rock?
I suppose if I'm asked to, and I have a good reason.
Tento, what reason would you give Morenlos to claw a rock?
I'll make
Yes,
you a
yes.
weapon.
Please pitch this idea.
I'll make you a weapon.
I'm just confused at what you want me to do.
Claw this ore so I can get some ore.
Oh, I see. It is ore.
Morenlos, you're pretty sure that just using your claws on that thing would mostly accomplish either sharpening or cracking off the tips of your claws.
I don't think that's going to happen, my friend.
Well, do you have a pickaxe?
I was just looking at that actually. I do not.
Hey, Zion!
Yes?
Do you have a
Might help.
pickaxe?
I do not.
Can you punch the rock here so I can get some ore?
Let's go about it in a better way.
Ooh, good
I
tell.
take out a light hammer and a javelin.
Zion carefully tinks out 1 unit of iron ore for you, leaving behind a dirty hole.
I mean, the next
Yay.
option was like precision target Eldritch Blast over and over again. Start blasting chunks off.
Just blasting chunks. All right. Yeah, you guys. You guys managed to settle down and spend the night here more or less unmolested.
That's good to know.
Give me 1 more day's rolls.
I can ask Zion if I can take apart a robot.
Not
Boys
to-
and their toys. Well, I guess one's not really a boy, but
You can help me while I research.
Dems
You mean-
and their trends.
God.
You mean
Yes.
like moving rolls?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like survival, perception. If Lonnie wants to perform again. Yeah. Nice.
No
Yeah.
advantage for
Oh, there's my nat 20.
Tento, you spy a mountain well in the distance, and you manage to like survey the mountain pretty well, and you can't help but feel like the upper bits of that mountain, Tento, have some like ledges on it that look like man-made or deliberately carved. Weird. And maybe the hills have something off about them as well, but who knows, really. You managed to find some wild game and help catch it, Tento. Everybody's a good time. Runless navigates the brush well to lead everyone to the right ups and downs and helps overcome the fact that Cabancho has a bad day driving.
Yeah, I twist the fate. It's a 15.
Yeah, all stories told, it is day 5 in Ava when you come upon the border. And you know you've reached the border of Cathadak when you see a great and rocky expanse that breaks off into a fertile river valley below. And you can see, for the first time in a while, proper green. Oh, boys. Oh, boys, we're home. Partaga and everybody else lets out a cry. Cathadak Core! Cathadak Core! Gore! And in the background, Shirk's like, so how are we getting the army down there? And, yeah.
No. Everybody. No one likes a party pooper.
Let me just be sure that, yeah, you're here. Shift ping. Yeah. You have a bit of a choice ahead of you. But I'll tell you about that more. Actually, I will say, yeah, honestly, we'll save this for next time. But I will tell you some stuff off camera.
Ooh.
I think that it's time for a feedback phase. David, favorite, least favorite, you want to see more of?
I favorite the like new species and stuff that we're coming across and whatnot. I can't say much for least favorite.
Anyone want some more?
Yeah, sorry, I was just like kind of running through it in my head. It's difficult because it's all in bits and pieces because I've been in and out, and I wanted to say sorry for that because that really sucks.
It's all good. It happens.
So, what I want to see more of. I don't know. I'm just kind of along for the ride. I think like every session, there's just something new that just catches you by surprise. Well, me at least. So like I'm down with the surprises, I suppose.
Yeah. Nice. With that, let's swing left. Nobody has to go soon, right? And if anybody wants to leave viewer feedback, !mark links in the Discord. We read it, we love it. I value it, and I factor it into future sessions. But yeah, Kai, hit me with it. I do.
Favorite part? I guess fighting robots. And just getting to
Good night, David.
know more about the robots, and the little spider thing was quite interesting. I want to see if I can revive it and have it for ourselves. Maybe. Least favorite, probably when they're arguing about.
But things I directly control. But yes,
Yeah.
But like, is there something about the way that I presented the situation, perhaps, that the DM did?
I guess probably could have stepped in earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Certainly.
I want to see how my research with these robots would go.
Yeah. And I'll give you some rolls for like what you did like during the day when you guys were traveling. I stretched it along to get you to the moment where you look down over the Cathodac.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anything else?
I'm looking forward to this war that we're heading to.
See you on the other side of the war.
That's it for me.
Alrighty. Shin, hit me with it.
Hey, so I enjoyed this session. It was a lot of RP, some nice combat, and we got more people, so we're not like coming in with no one.
Yeah.
I like the RP that we had with I cannot remember his name.
Parthki?
Yeah, with Parsky and the young master, the young lord.
Galeon, yes.
It was fun entertaining him. and we're missing with a lot more magical stuff, and I'm a lot more interested in that. And hopefully, with Zion's help, we could have a maybe more biomechanical army instead of pure bio army.
Yeah. You might be making an important decision regarding that coming up soon, actually.
And I am expecting. I guess this is more of a comment than a feedback, but my first thought when you brought up this the spider robot was you're gonna put someone from my backstory soul into that spider. It's just the first thought that came to my mind. But yeah, as usual, wagon license coming very handy, and I appreciate all the opportunities I can show that off.
Yeah.
Things I didn't like.
That I control.
Yeah. I don't think it was too bad. You had a lot of moments where I was expecting you to respond a different way on the RP, and that was like a little like threw me in a loop. But then it became fun to like react against your reactions. And everything that I was like, okay, we'll ask about this, kind of all went out the window.
Oh, with Heilig or with Parthki?
With Parsky, with the Bugbear, the Auburn.
Yeah, his name is Auber. Yeah.
Yeah. And like at first it was like, damn, like everything I was like thinking about just all out the window. But then it became fun to like kind of be in the moment, react to a lot more reactions. Things I look forward to, Biomechanic Army, and I'm looking forward to learning more about Zion and his backstory.
Yay! Anything else?
No, I think that's my 2 cents.
Alright, Darren, hit me with it.
Oh wow, the RPD in the beginning was fun. You know, we're just being introduced to more players in this little war, and it's hard to tell who's telling the truth and who's, you know, not. It's just a lot of guesswork on our part, and that's a lot of fun. Saw robots, that was cool. Was not expecting robots. Just suddenly a field full of robots, that was pretty cool. Yeah, I think that's about it on my end. Just lots of RP in this one, so it's always fun to do RP.
Yeah.
And having new people, having the army grow too with another seems like an interesting character. Someone who can bond with Small Bear. Can't wait to see their little bouts. Well, yeah, I think that's about it for me. You know, can't wait for next week. Because that's always fun.
Alrighty. Yay. Anything in particular you're looking forward to seeing more of, or just? Yeah, it doesn't have to be. I'm just making sure before I move on.
No, I just can't wait for next story beats.
Wait to be king. Casey, hit me with it. Casey?
Yep. So trying to remember what I was thinking. Yeah, the only slow part was like the argument about like what to do. I appreciate like you did just like being like eventually just being like, okay, we're just gonna like do this to a straight like group vote. Just beat the lawn, so I appreciate that. I think it was just a little hard to like grasp the timing of
Yeah.
it, which was like I think like the huge thing of the decision.
Yeah,
Um,
because like I didn't really have up like it wasn't exactly clear what the consequences of what being proposed was until there'd already been a round of voting on the matter.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I do appreciate you just like to speed things along, just take us out of like the what would have been like RP that like dragged it even further to and just like playing to like a out of character vote.
Mhm.
I enjoy the new the new NPCs. I feel like this is like the first kid we've really gotten to interact with. Kind of wish that we got to do a little bit more of that, cause especially like hearing like, oh, you've heard stories about us, and actually be and like instead of like us actually being to like hear what other people have heard about us. I kind of wish like we got a little bit more time with that, but story wise, it didn't quite fit in. Because man, was looking forward to trying to figure out how am I gonna explain how Tento seduced mermaids, because he just put that on me now.
Yep. That's awesome.
The robots are interesting, especially with the bit that you put in with Lumi there, like just emphasizing like the sense of smell. So that's gonna be real interesting to explore. So yeah, just also looking forward to that and how and why they're different from Zion, especially because that's getting like pointed out a lot. Like, oh, I thought you were these things, but you're not. It's like, okay, but then what? I think that's. Oh, I also appreciate you guys giving us like a and story reason of like restocking your troops and not just being like, oh, I see you're low on troops. Here, some more troops. Like, oh, this is like mutually beneficial. So
And every
yeah.
time like you like do something like this, you add a lieutenant or something like that happens, so there's consequences, right?
Yes. Yeah, and also just looking forward to Small Bear. I did not think I would get this invested in Small Bear and thought it would be just like, alright, what's the quickest we can kill him off now so we can just get rid of this? But yeah, Small Bear is like turned into a very interesting character, I think. That's about it.
Yay!
Something to my likes.
Yes.
Hashtag almost got knighted.
Oh
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, you were just straight up about to make you a knight for that cool toy spider. As you can see, his priorities are very in line.
Yep.
He is a child. That's okay.
You guys can only see this little like area, right? Like, can you see? Okay, because like for
Yeah.
some reason when I control Ellet, I can see everything. But when I click off, I can only see what it should be able to see. I think it's just a Roll20 bug. I digress. So that's your okay. Yeah. Anything else, Casey?
Nope, that's pretty much it.
All right. Thank you all for coming out. We're gonna sign off and punt over to a raid. At this time, we're gonna go say hello to Free League Publishing. See you on the flip, friends. 4, 3, 2, 1.